Folks, once again, top of the morning and welcome to the Laver arena on this Thursday, 22nd of January. Our opening match, the players will be leaving the locker room in a few moments' time, and Johanna Larsen of Sweden will meet with our 6th seed, Agnieszka Pawłowska of Poland. Then Serena Williams returns to the seat of so many Grand Slam triumphs here as our top seed of world number 1, meeting with Vera Zamonareva of Russia. To close out our program is men's singles, Andrei Kuznetsov of Russia, meeting with our top seed of world number 1, Novak Djokovic. So that's our program set out for position on this very warm day in Melbourne on Laver Arena. 33 degrees predicted. The UV index is extreme, so if you are in the sun, make sure you're wearing a hat, plenty of sunscreen, and please remain rehydrated throughout the day. You can also do selfies and send them to hashtag OzOpen, hashtag Laver, and we'll put them up on the screen, and you can see yourself in action in the seats here. And fan cam will also be roving around the stadium. It won't be long, and our players, Johanna Larsen and Agnieszka Pawłowska, will be joining us in a few moments for our opening match on this Thursday at the Australian Open.
Ladies and gentlemen, to open proceedings on day 4, would you welcome from Sweden, Johanna Larsen. Her opponent, 16 in 2015 from Poland, Agnieszka Pawłowska.
Such a popular figure all around the world, Agnieszka Pawłowska, the number 6 seed from Poland. She's won the fan favourite award the last 4 years in a row. Superb conditions in Melbourne. It's 28 degrees right now, fairly humid there. You can see the sky. There's a little bit of cloudiness in the air, and that is the heat. It's going for 33. So very warm conditions, but it's very still.
Folks, also joining us on Laver Arena on this fine Thursday of the Australian Open Championship.
It's the second round in the top half of the women's draw.
Chandler and finished with a beautiful
they're taking on Johanna Larsson of Sweden.
She's been taking part in our ANZ Tennis Hot Shots program just before 11 o'clock.
She's the face of a very excited Australian junior player, Hot Shots participant who has got the gig out there to toss the coin for the second round match. Very exciting for her.
This is Johanna from Sweden, Finn. Hi, Agnieszka, this is Finn. Agnieszka is from Poland. Before we start, we have a photo, please, this way, the three of you. So you face that way with Agnieszka and Johanna. All right, do you have any questions? Johanna, Agnieszka, no? Finn, you're going to do the coin toss, and you have to choose one of the players to do it. So, Agnieszka or Johanna? Johanna, okay, and you do it as high as you can. What would you like? Heads? That was good. Heads it is, yes. You receive? Stay? Okay. Have a good match. Well done. Thank you.
A lovely moment out there on Rod Laver Arena.
Thank you, young
All down to business now.
Continue to enjoy the game of tennis. I know you've had a lot. Well, Johanna Larsson has been a finalist at 2
Karen
events
Pratt
on the
here
WTA
alongside
Tour.
me,
And
Nicole
last year,
Pratt.
quarterfinalist in Luxembourg.
Johanna Larsson,
She made
very
that Grand
accomplished
Slam
player.
debut in 2010. That Roland
Ranked
Garros
7 in the world right
Championship.
now.
Last year, she went through to the third round.
She's
at
a dangerous
Roland Garros.
opponent. She's
She's
able
here
to
on the
hit
second
big
court in
off
Melbourne
the
this fine Thursday from
baseline,
Sweden. That's
particularly
one of
big
Johanna
forehand,
Larsson.
aggressive, and also possesses a
Agnieszka
wonderful
Radwanska has now
second
won
serve.
14
So
career singles
we can
titles
expect
with the
Radwanska
WTA Tour,
to try and take that
including
early
last year's
inside the court.
Montreal tournament.
Never
Also in
been past a first
2014,
round here in Australia
finalist at
before, so
Indian
this is
Wells,
new
a
territory for her.
semi-finalist in
Has
Doha,
got to third
a
rounds,
semi-finalist at
though,
Cadiz,
at Roland
a semi-finalist in
Garros,
Madrid,
US Open.
semi-finalist at the WTA finals, and she was a semi-finalist here at the
Best
Australian
result
Open
last year was a
Championship.
quarter-final in Luxembourg, where she got through as a qualifier.
Back on 7th court from Poland, let's welcome Agnieszka
Agnieszka
Radwanska.
said after her opening round, every match is a tough match these days with the depth in women's tennis, which is so much greater than it was a number of years ago. She's 25 years of age, ranked 6 in the world, has been as high as number 2, which was just after she reached the Wimbledon final in 2012. 2014, she won in Montreal, final in Indian Wells, and a semi-final to start the year here at the Australian Open, also semi-finalist at the WTA Championships. And that was her best result here at the Australian Open last year, that semi-final, but let's not forget the Wimbledon final in 2012 and also Wimbledon semi-final in 2013. So she's been within striking distance at the slams. Carlos Ramos, the chair umpire. And Agnieszka has now got Martina Navratilova on her coaching team, complementing her already very strong coaching team. And Nicole, that's because she's come close but never been able to win in those big moments, those big matches.
Well, I don't think that Martina would be out looking to change her game at all. It's really just, I guess, words of advice,
3 minutes.
particularly in these type of occasions at the Grand Slam events. The ability to potentially just give her that extra confidence to get across the line. Martina can certainly draw from her experiences of winning numerous Grand Slam titles, and you can see they're head-to-head. They've only played against each other once before, and that was in Fed Cup competition, which is a little bit different in the sense that you have a coach on the side of the court during the match. Radwanska winning that encounter 6-4, 6-1.
Yes, both of these players stalwarts for their countries in Fed Cup. In fact, Larsson, the only representative from Sweden here, and Agnieszka, along with her sister Ursula, who also plays the tour.
2
Two
minutes.
Polish women in the draw. Ursula lost in the first round after coming through the qualifying. Lost to Diaz first round. Diaz, the number 31 seed, in 3 sets.
The other Swedish player that is normally in the main draw is Sofia Arvidsson. She's been consistently ranked inside the top 100, but has just moved out of that recently. Can be a little bit lonely out on tour when you're the only person representing your country.
That's why it's so nice for Aggie to have her sister Ursula along for the ride some of the time as well. They're at tournaments together.
Radwanska is one of the most well-liked players on the WTA Tour. Very good friends with Caroline Wozniacki, Victoria Azarenka. Just such an easygoing character.
1 minute.
And Johanna Larsson had a good result down in Hobart, winning the doubles with Kiki Bertens. She's won 3 doubles titles in her career. Best win last year was probably over Flavia Pennetta at Roland Garros on her way through to the 3rd round there.
Larsson has somewhat modelled her game around many of the Swedish male players. Thomas Enquist, Bjorkman, always looking for the big forehand, trying to set up the point with serve.
Well, you don't see Radwanska getting a lot of value with the serve. She places it beautifully.
Ladies and gentlemen, Johanna Larsson won the toss and chose to receive.
It's not a powerful weapon, and the second serve can be a weakness for her. It'll be something that Larsson will be looking to exploit, I think.
Absolutely, and the thing that Radwanska does so well is really that 3rd shot. So even when her opponents are looking to attack the serve, she's so quick, gets down nice and low, absorbs the pace and redirects it to the open court.
I'll talk about nice and low. It's the Aggie crouch, isn't it? We'll look out for that in this match.
It's actually a shot I don't particularly like. I see a lot of players out on tour try and do it. And to me, when you do that, you're not covering the ball. You tend to be static. So you really rely on your hands. And fortunately for Radwanska, her hands are exceptional. But not every player out on tour has those skills.
Okay, great. Thank you.
It'll be a contrasting matchup. Radwanska close to the baseline. Larsson, meter and a half behind the baseline.
It's world number 6 up against world number 70. Second round in the top half of the draw.
Radwanska to serve, first set, ready, play.
'Well, not quite getting the drop shot right, but it is normally a strength of Radwanska. And as I was just saying, just take a look at the court position, the difference. Larsson spent 1.5 meters, 2 meters behind the baseline every shot on that occasion.
$15. $30-15.
Radwanska had a good start to the year in Perth, here in Australia at the Hopman Cup, winning it for Poland alongside Jerzy Janowicz.
$40-15.
That was a nice week for her. She was playing some great tennis over there. Beat Serena for the first time. Doesn't count in the head-to-heads, but still a great confidence booster. And Radwanska went to Sydney, where she beat Elise Cornet first round and lost to Gabin Muguruza second round.
Game Radwanska, first game.
A good strong opening for Radwanska.
Radwanska does not serve at a tremendous speed, but her placement is excellent. On that occasion, just hitting the spot.
It's a deceptive game she's got, isn't it? Subtle.
Well, players just feel like they have time out there, and sometimes they try to do too much. Yet, on occasion, Radwanska is so far up in the court that her shots come through quicker because she has the ability to take time away.
Well, she's talked about as the magician out there.
Johanna Larsson to serve.
See what Larsson can do to try and counter the tricks.
Love 15.
Big wind up on the forehand.
Radwanska just showing the skills that she has. Slice forehand perfectly placed on the run.
Super point from both women. How did Radwanska turn this around? Great diving volley there. The movement, the anticipation from Radwanska, incredible. Kept herself in the point there.
Well, that is one for the highlights reel. Both players showing a little bit of everything.
Well, good recovery after that long point. To stay strong there.
15-14.
Larsson just has to step up and be aggressive.
Still one more break point here for Radwanska.
Right over
the top of the return, and Radwanska gets the break.
Radwanska leads 2 games to love.
Larsson's serve gets fantastic back extension. But not enough on the second. Radwanska stepping all over it, taking it early, which takes away the spin. Larsson's forehand is actually quite similar to Robin Soderling, Magnus Norman, all former #1 players in the world from Sweden.
There's that superbly placed serve you were talking about, Nicole. That one 150, but she really hits the spots with it.
Let for serve. Love. Game Radwanska.
Radwanska overwhelming Larson at the moment.
Radwanska leads 3-love.
She's only made one error, Agnieszka Radwanska, to 7 from Larson. The forehand just not working for her yet. But look, how about that point in the previous game, not that last game. This was a cracker of a point.
The movement of both players, the women out on tour, so physical now.
How much of a difference do you think there is, even in the last 10 years?
I think everyone's improving and continuing to work on it. The game's just become harder, faster. All the players in general have weapons, and if you don't possess the weapons, then your defense has to be even better. And those players that are able to combine both, like a Halep, a Bouchard, even Maria Sharapova has improved her defense.
Yes,
certainly.
You don't win a French Open without having good defense, and she really has changed that about her game.
Absolutely.
She came close to going out of the tournament yesterday. We've had so many upsets. 11 seeds out in the first round. Radwanska, commanding position, leading 3-love opening set.
Out. 15 left.
Second error. Just noticed Martina Navratilova came to sit down at that changeover alongside Thomas Wiktorowski.
Radwanska is just able to constantly apply pressure to her opponent. There's Martina Navratilova in picture
next to Thomas Wiktorowski, who is also the Polish Fed Cup coach. Like you said, she's not replacing him. They're a great team that she has. She's complementing that team, Martina.
Subtle change of pace that
15
Radwanska possesses. She had an off forehand in the middle of that rally, and most players would set up and absolutely crunch that, whereas she just had a little slider. It kind of moved away from Larson and then took the next ball with a slice. Just always looks that she's
15-14.
playing within herself.
Yes, it looks effortless out there, and rarely does she look like she's extending herself, cleaning the line with the backhand and opening the court up. Magnificent play. Break points.
Thirty 14.
Doesn't like making errors, that's for sure. I love watching her play, and obviously millions of people around the world do as well. That fan favourite award, not best player or anything like that, but 4 times in a row. People love the fact, the way she plays differently.
Game Radwanska.
The break of serve, and it's all Radwanska at the moment.
Radwanska leads 4 games to 0.
Well, she really just does use court craft, and I think a lot of people appreciate that about it. It's not so much a powerful game.
Oh, it's quite a beautiful game to watch. She caresses the ball and improvises well. There's a lot of creativity about her game.
$15.
And how much pressure I think Johanna Larsson would be feeling. Would not be feeling good out here, because Radwanska is, I think she'd be making her feel really silly out here in many ways. It's hard. Doing everything she can, and Radwanska has an answer to it all.
$15.
Well, I don't care who you are, if you're not on the scoreboard in the first set so far, certainly not a good feeling. Once you're able to get that first game, it's just loosen up, drop the shoulders. Wow, great play. Maybe Martina Navratilova had a little bit to do with that one, encouraging her to move forward. When she sees her opponent drop the hand off the racket, that's the time to move forward. Martina having a smile about that one.
It's great to see her in the coach's box for one of the world's leading players. It's been a trend in the men's game. Probably something that we'll see more with some of the women legends also joining the coaching ranks. Maresmo with Murray, and now Navratilova with Radwanska. Wonder what'll be next. Davenport's also involved. Davenport
also saw Novotna out with a young Czech player.
Well, Martina Hingis has also been involved with a couple of players. It's the Swiss and then Asiki, but she's still playing doubles, still winning doubles titles. Oh, it's good play from Larson.
Her coach, Matthias Arvidsson. And this point was created by the fact that she was able to go close to the lines on the return, open up the court, and then confident to move forward. As you said, Karen won the doubles title in Hobart.
Advantage Larsson.
An opportunity opportunity here for Larson to get on the board in the opening set. Doesn't she want it?
Larson is challenging the call left baseline. The ball is called out.
That's worth a challenge, this one. Just missing.
Deuce. Larson
Rally.
has 2 challenges remaining.
Fantastic play. Just moving the ball around the court at
Advantage,
will.
Radwanska.
Change of direction, excellent.
Game, Radwanska.
Brilliant play from Radwanska.
Radwanska leads 5
opening
games to
set.
1.
Well, maybe we're seeing the influence of Martina Navratilova.
I think we are. Certainly, that moving forward in the court is something they would most certainly have spoken about.
And especially when you're up in score, that's the time to try it. So if you don't happen to win the point, you're at least putting an element of doubt in your opponent's mind that you might be moving forward. But more often than not, she's winning the points at net.
Oh, she's got such great feel around the net and anticipates so well that moves back if there's a lob. Her movement's excellent, so it's a great place for her to be, and she goes in off the right balls, those angles. She's got the
Time.
game for it.
And what also works in her favour is it's different. It's something different. She's not the typical player out on tour. Subtle, changes her pace. Constantly applying pressure. Only 5 unforced errors for the match so far. 8 winners.
Seats, please. Thank you.
Just waiting for the crowd to settle, coming
Thank
in
you.
at the changeover.
Be seated. Thank you. Love 15.
Well, last,
Sorry, go ahead.
Larson, if she wants to move to the next level, she needs to look to add some pace.
Well, the athletic skills of Radwanska, doing the 360 with
Love
the high
13.
backhand. Quite incredible.
Let's for serve.
That's
15,
better
13.
serving from Larson. Has been ineffective on serve, only winning 20% of the points when the second serve goes in, 40% on first serve. So those numbers need to improve.
(15-14).
Set points for Radvanska.
Game in first set, Radvanska 6 games to love.
Well, disappointing way for that set to end for Larson, but she really couldn't take her trick with Radvanska dominating 6-love. And Johanna Larson must be feeling very frustrated. I think that's the effect that Agnieszka Radvanska has on a lot of her opponents. Forces them into errors, runs down so many shots, and doesn't just run them down, but does something pretty incredible when she gets there.
Here's the first set summary and tidy numbers from Radvanska, as we've been talking about. 8 wins, 5 unforced errors, and 3 from 3 at net. Looking very confident there. And Larson, you would expect some unforced errors. She really has to try and be aggressive. That's the only way she's going to win the points out here. This is the highlight of the first set. Incredible scrambling from both players.
It's not as if every point was easy. You look at the 6-love scoreline. I mean, Radvanska has really frustrated Larson, worn her down, hit some brilliant angles, then come forward, was aggressive when required.
Well, there were 12 points in the first set. They were all over 9 shots.
Time.
And Radvanska winning 9 of them. The scary thing, Radvanska is so good on all surfaces. There is not one surface that she isn't able to adapt to.
Second set, Radvanska to serve.
Almost had that #1 ranking in the world. Got as high as #2 in 2012.
(15-love).
Well, it's the grass where she's had the most success, certainly in the Grand Slams, reaching a semi-final at Wimbledon in 2013 and the final the year before that, and really pushing in that final against Serena. I think her game is really suited to the grass. Oh, she looked gone in that point. She does a lot of Houdini acts out here.
30-love.
Well, as you said before, the analogy is made that she's the magician and the racket obviously must be the wand. Showing it there.
Knows exactly where that racket face is at every split second.
40-love.
And that's a talent in itself. The ability to know where your racket face is. And obviously that dictates where the ball is going to go.
Great job from Larson.
14-15.
Well, her best balls just keep coming back. And a well-executed volley. Nice technique.
Let's for serve. Game Radwanska. New balls, please. First game, second set.
Larson just pushing a little bit hard on that backhand, but that's what she has to do. Keep looking to hit out when she gets the opportunity. We spoke about Radwanska having the ability to play on all surfaces, but it is the hard court surface that she actually loves the most. She's won 11 of her 14 career titles on the hard courts.
I just like the slice and the sort of shot she has for the grass as well. But yeah, on hard court, that's what she enjoys, and I think she's very much a contender this fortnight. Look at the draw and how wide open the singles is. Disappointed last year, bitterly disappointed after beating the then world number 2 Victoria Azarenka in the quarterfinal to lose in the semi-final to Cibulkova.
Fifteen love.
And I think that one last year, she would consider one that got away.
Certainly, when you create the opportunity to get yourself into another Grand Slam final, it's an opportunity you want to take. Well constructed point from Larson, this time going back in behind Radwanska.
Love.
So a chance now to get on the scoreboard.
Game Larson.
And that's going to feel a lot better for Johanna Larson.
One game over.
Phew. Not just a hold, but a convincing hold of serve. One game all.
Love.
It was actually a good return from Larson, deep down the middle.
play from Radwanska, giving herself some time midway through that point, throwing in the high ball. Sometimes she just looks like she's playing with her opponents, toying with them.
Again,
a well-placed serve.
Game, Radwanska.
Solid play from the number 6 seed. It's Radwanska 2-1.
Radwanska leads 2 games to 1.
She's difficult to play against Radwanska also too, because she really doesn't show much emotion. She keeps at an even keel throughout, whether she's up or down.
Sometimes she'll just give a little look when she's really annoyed after a point. It's almost like a pursing of the lips and like, But yes, totally unflappable out there.
I did not see the match at the Hopman Cup when she beat Serena Williams. Was she excited?
She didn't show a lot, but she was. You could tell, yes, it meant a lot. And she played well in that match.
The Hopman Cup is a teams event played as a lead-in to the summer circuit in Australia.
Time.
Yeah, part of the Australian Open Series, which is a fabulous build-up to this, the first Grand Slam of the year. I think it meant a lot to her to win the Hopman Cup for Poland. Loves representing her country. And it's really got Poland back into the world group. A great effort from her.
It's quite ironic. For all the millions of dollars that these players make in prize money, they want the diamond ball at the Hopman Cup as the trophy.
Love 15.
Radwanska has represented Poland proudly for so many years. Won the ITF Most Valuable Player in Fed Cup last year. She's had a 41-7 record in Fed Cup since she was 17, and Serena has played every single time. That's commitment. They play Russia in February, and Maria Sharapova is playing for Russia for the first time in quite a while. So that would be an interesting meeting.
Well-constructed point again from Radwanska.
Love 40.
Her ability to hit down the line when she's outside the court is outstanding, and then to mix it up with the little droppy.
It's just wonderful variety, keeping the opponent guessing.
Game, Radwanska.
Yeah, so the break in 3-1.
Radwanska leads 3 games to 1.
Johanna Larsson is working so hard out here, but really not being rewarded.
You can see this shot from Radwanska. She's in the shade there, 4 meters behind the baseline, and able to find the line. There you go.
How?
an inch inside. The court awareness, outstanding.
And lovely disguise on her shots. Very hard
15
for
love.
Larson to read where the next ball is going, what sort of shot it's going to be.
I must ask Radwanska, but I suspect she's a very good chess player.
Any game that involves strategy.
And she always knows what her next move is. Well, there's a frustration that Radwanska causes an opponent. Again, defensive skills from Radwanska, and this is a forehand that Larson should have made.
That's the frustration, over anxious.
Game, Radwanska.
Another convincing game from Radwanska. She's on a roll
Radwanska
here.
leads
Set
4
and
games to
4-1.
1.
Well, that last point, we were seeing a serve and volley from Radwanska.
Yes, a nod to the new coach there, I think, as well.
Martina Navratilova has joined the support team of Radwanska. Spent some time with her in Miami prior to coming out to Australia.
Well, Martina will be happy with what she's seeing out here. 13 winners to 4, and also playing a very clean match in terms of the unforced errors. Just a wonderful outing so far for Radwanska. It's early days in that coaching relationship yet, but certainly a lot of promise. And I'm sure she's very excited about it.
Oh, Martina, I'm sure, will be a wonderful mentor to her.
I think Martina was very excited too. She's been itching to get involved, I think, with a player of Aggie's calibre. And certainly she's got a lot to work with there and would admire her game, the way she plays. There's the view from Hisense. Rod Laver Arena is where we are right now. The number 6 seed in a commanding position in this second round match.
Love 15. Love 30.
Well, the points now going a little too quickly for Larson. Needs to dig her heels in a little.
Love 14.
She's been beaten into submission, not by power, but just that court craft of Radwanska. Larson has tried everything she can out here.
Game, Radwanska.
Well, making it look easy, Radwanska.
Radwanska leads 5 games to 1.
Now be serving for the match.
Well, the coach has done a good job on scouting Larson. Really important that you stand in to take that second serve. You can see where She made contact. It was a metre inside the baseline. If you take it on the baseline, you'll be playing that second serve up and over your head.
Never looks rushed. Radwanska.
15 left. Fifteen all. Thirty 15.
Paid the price.
14-15.
Well, she did everything right in this rally bar. Do enough with that drive volley on the forehand. And again, Radwanska able to find her target on the pass. Match point.
Game, set match. Radwanska 6-1.
Tremendous display from Agnieszka Radwanska, winning 6-1.
Is the sixth seed here. And the Australian Open champions in the 2015 is through to the third round. Well done.
To the 44 minutes through to the third round. I really like the way she played today, in control, but being aggressive when she had the opportunity. She tried. The new coach, Martina Navratilova, Johanna Larsson just didn't have the answers out there. She tried a lot of things, but just got so frustrated because balls kept coming back. Winners kept going past her. She was outmaneuvered.
Up against the top seed of world number 1, Serena Williams, returning to the one Laver arena.
So for Johanna Larsson, it's back to the practice courts. Certainly winning her first round match here will help her ranking moving forward into 2015. But just completely outclassed by Radwanska.
And here is Agnieszka. Let's see what she has
to
say.
Congratulations, Agnieszka Radwanska. We had this conversation in the car the day about how you actually do say your name. But I'll tell you what, it was a little magician today because you were fabulous.
Yes, well, from the warm-up, I just felt great, and I really felt the ball very well, even with the really hard condition today. I think everything was working for me today, so I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, do you realise how annoying you are to play? You're very difficult.
I don't know. I mean, I heard that before, but I just couldn't believe that. So if you're saying again, maybe, but I don't think I want to play against myself, so maybe you're right.
Well, you've got an interesting person up there in your coaching box now. Martina Navratilova is part of your coaching crew, yes. What is she bringing to you? Like, is it more mental now, or is it a part of the game? What's the biggest influence?
First of all, she told me she's commenting at 12, so I need to hurry up.
Well done.
Yeah, of course I'm kidding. She's helping me a lot on the court and off the court, and we were working on a couple of things right now. So, so far so good, so I'm very happy about that.
Well, you play the winner of Lepchenko and Tomljanovic. I know you know both of those. Just give us your thoughts on those two.
Well, I think I just hope I can play the same good tennis like I was playing today. And of course, then day by day is going to be harder and tougher matches. So I'm going to prepare for that, and we'll see.
Well, Aga played great today. Little magician was on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, Agnieszka Radwańska.
Well done to Agnieszka. So, folks, a brief interval.
44 minutes of artistry out there on court.
Won't be long. Here is Laver.
She felt good, she looked good, came up with some amazing shots. Excellent match from her. And will give her a lot of confidence moving forward in the tournament.
And Renee Stubbs asked her what they've been working on, and she kept it very close to her chest.
Yeah, she's not telling.
Sign of the camera, and let's take a look at her numbers for the match. Absolutely outstanding. Like she said, I want to keep playing like this. Winners 18, unforced errors only 8. And as you would expect in the Larson column, she had to be aggressive. That's the way that she was going to give herself a chance to win the match. Didn't quite execute, but playing against a class opponent.
Radwańska also 5 net points, 1 of 5. She was excellent when she came forward and chose her moments superbly. So a wonderful outing for Agnieszka Radwańska, coming through 6-love, 6-1.
Was your perfect photo? I love the sea camp on an island, so being in the sea is my favorite thing. What's the craziest thing a female fan had given you? Phone numbers sometimes. Females love when you take your top off. Can you do it now? Think? I have to do it now? Mom's cooking or a fancy restaurant? Always mom's cooking. How often do you call your mom? Almost every day. If as your best Aussie accent. Good day, mate. How you going? Good day, mate. Craziest thing you did as a teenager? I am a very calm guy. I don't look at anything. Will you write another book? Maybe yes. Right. Who prepares your bags before a game? Myself. What's the worst thing you can say on a first date? I don't know. For a long time I don't have a first date. What do you hope to be doing in 20 years' time? I hope to keep involved on the water sport. I love the sport. And I hope to have a family around and just like enjoy the life in general.
Let's do that. Ladies and gentlemen, Vera and Serena are on their way.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Russia, you're welcome to Center Court, Vera Zavanareva. Her opponent from the United States of America, and our top seed in 2015, Serena Williams.
Laver Arena reception for Serena Williams as she steps out here against one of her old foes, Vera Zvonareva. Very warm conditions for the players here at Melbourne Park. 26 degrees, and it's going to get even hotter than that as this day goes on. Beautiful blue skies, blazing sunshine, and a pretty typical Australian day, Michael Gamble.
Absolutely, Karen. It has started to really heat up over the last 2 days. The first 2 days of this event were just absolutely a blessing as far as tennis weather is concerned. Now it's starting to be a test. I think it's going to start to affect the players a bit. The sun is shining early and it's warming up.
And this is the 10th meeting between these two. They've played in a Grand Slam final at the 2010 Wimbledon final. Vera Zvonareva, a former world number 2, who's making her way back after serious injury and illness, and this could be a very tight match.
It very well could be a tight match. You can see just how match tough Zvonareva is. Also a test for Serena Williams a bit. You know, it's early in the year. Sometimes you take a bit of time off at the end of the year. You're not sure how ready you are to go and get back to work after the long year that tennis players have of both the WTA and ATP Tour. And it'll be a test of who's ready to play. Zvonareva should be super hungry to get back into the top 10, back where she belongs. Obviously an extreme talent, and she's the kind of game that can take it to her opponents if they're not ready. So Serena definitely has her work cut out for her, but I would say that she's the favorite today.
Hi there. So same conditions. Just a reminder that we're using Hawkeye, so 3 incorrect challenges per set, plus 1 additional for the tiebreak. Any questions? Yes, please. Heads or tails? Heads. Tails? Serve. You stay?
Serena will be very wary of her opponent today, 30 years of age, and that ranking 203. Do not take any notice of that. This woman has been as high as number 2. She's a 2-time Grand Slam finalist at Wimbledon and US Open. Last year, making her way back into the game after major shoulder surgery and also having some problems with her respiratory illness, difficulty breathing.
Welcome to Vera.
Had all of 2013 off Australian Open history. Well, semi-finalist in 2009 and 2011. She is one of the great players in the game, but she's trying to make her way back, which is not always easy after having had major surgery. But Serena, she's going to be very, very wary of the woman down the other end of the
Wimbledon
court.
Championship, 202, 203, 209,
33 years of age, the world number 1.
And the US singles title in 1999,
Just incredible. 18 Grand Slam singles titles to her name, and in search of another one here famously to try and get ahead of Chris Evert and Martina Navratilova on that list. US Open, the big one that she won last year, also the WTA Championships, 7 titles in all, the two leader in that, but she still thinks she had a patchy year, Jay.
I think Serena would like to win all the slams every year. Let's not forget about Margaret Court or Steffi Graf on that list as well.
Well, she's chasing,
amazing
isn't she?
champions that she's chasing as far as the record goes. But Serena, always keen to come out and win each tournament she enters. And has been doing that so well for so long. 18 Grand Slams is just a number that's... You don't even think along those lines as a tennis player. Maybe Serena Williams does.
Now, the head-to-heads between these players is fascinating. This is their 10th meeting. The last meeting at the London Olympics, it was all one-way traffic for Serena, but Vera has beaten her on 2 occasions, most recently at 2011 Eastbourne on grass in 3 sets. Also had a win over on hard court in Cincinnati, but that was way back in 2006. And the meetings between these players goes back 2002. They first faced each other on the court. I mean, that's 13 years ago. So a lot of history between these players. They've played, this will be their 4th meeting at a Grand Slam. And you'd have to say the most famous meeting was the Wimbledon final in 2010 when Serena won 6-3, 6-2. A lot of history, a lot of respect between these players.
Absolutely. And I mean, Serena is not one to underestimate her opponents. She knows that everybody out on the tour is gunning for her. She's the main target. I think that everybody's looking to eventually have a win over. I was lucky enough to encounter Jill Smoller, who's the head of Serena's management team, in the hall before the match. And I agree with her as what she feels this match outcome could be. Zvonareva can come out on fire and really test Serena, take it to her, and have a great start. I think if Zvonareva doesn't have that great start, this match could very easily be a blowout. Again, Zvonareva not playing very many matches last year, coming back from some major injuries. I myself had injuries on tour, and I know how hard it is to get back to where you were. If you start to have some kind of doubt in your mind that you're not 100% on the court, and you're thinking about anything besides the very next point, playing in the moment, it's difficult. Those injuries can do just that. They can take you out of your mental zone that you focus and try so hard to establish as a player over the years. It's what makes you a player, and the injuries really can make it difficult.
Well, in Vera's case, it was major shoulder surgery, and she says she's had to acknowledge that the shoulder will never be the same, and she's having to adapt to that difference. And that goes along with what you're talking about, just being able to accept that and know that that's how it is and play that way, which is what she's been coming to terms with. Had to pull out of the Shenzhen tournament with a lower back injury
2 minutes
at the start of this year.
And that's also one of the issues, Karen, is once you have one injury, your body starts to compensate in some ways, and inevitably other injuries can appear, and it's a difficult, and it can be a cascade effect that happens. And it's an individual sport, obviously, and every individual is different as how they will recover. Vera may need to take a little bit of pace off of her serve, but she's always been known for very solid ground strokes, very good competitor, very emotional competitor. Emotions may come into play today. See which Vera Zvonareva we get. Also with Serena Williams we get, because Serena Williams on a good day can simply come out and blow away anybody.
And there is Serena's coach, Patrick Muratoglu. 2.5 years he's been overseeing Serena's career after she lost at the first round of the French Open. And trained at his academy near Paris. He spends a lot of time in France now. I believe her French is pretty good.
I think Serena's French is pretty good, and I know she has an apartment there in Paris. It has been, I've heard her saying how much she enjoys that city.
Well, it's one of the fashion capitals, and she's certainly into the fashion and caused quite a stir with the dress she's wearing. It's got a lot of positive acclaim. We'll see when she takes the warm-up jacket off.
Ladies
Talk
and
about
gentlemen,
that a little bit more.
Serena Williams won the toss and chose to serve.
Serena likes her style. I enjoy that she likes to stand out and be different. It's fun. Both the Williams sisters do.
So Vera's support crew there, coached by Jens Gerlach, and also it was Martin Mulligan, I think, in the box there. So it's a tough second round matchup here. The former world number 2 Vera Zvonareva of Russia taking on the current world number 1. She was number 1 from start to finish throughout 2014. Incredible career she has had, but it should be a very interesting encounter. Tough when you see these sorts of draws, a bit like Caroline Wozniacki having to take on Victoria Azarenka, a 2-time champion here, whose ranking has gone down because of injury as well. It's for very interesting early stages of the tournament.
Slams have put in place the 32 seeds, which has reduced the number of first and second round encounters between the big hitters, the big names. They used to have the 16 seeds. You'd see that more often.
So Serena Williams heading out to serve for this second round match. Williams serving, taking on Vera Zvonareva.
Ready? Play.
I think you're exactly right in what you say, JM, about Serena needing to start well here, and the opposite, Vera, will need to get away for a good start. There'll be a few nerves from Williams. She said she was quite jittery in her opening match.
Pretty good forehand right there.
39.
Serena has that great equalizer and that big serve. The best serve in the women's tour. Hits her spots, gets her out of trouble often when she's nervous. And she also plays those heavier, higher balls, which allow her to get into the match before she starts to rip. But that forehand right there looked pretty good.
Making
a volley like that early in the match, Karen. She looks like she's ready to play, Serena Williams.
She does.
Game Williams.
What a start from the number 1. brilliant.
First game.
As is always the case, Serena walking around the opposite side of the net after the first game.
Serena not even wanting any contact with her opponent. A bunch of these ladies are friends off the court, but when you're on the court, it's all business.
To serve.
Zvonareva knows her job here. She has to come up with a pretty sensational service game to assert herself in this match. And a good start to the campaign.
That's enough.
2 first serves in a row at decent speed. The first one is 162 kms an hour. So that's a good sign, showing that her arms recovered from their surgeries. Popping it pretty well.
That's what Serena's always done so well, driving deep into the corner, then seeing the ball in the air, coming forward.
Good stuff from Serena Williams. That swing forehand volley, not my favorite shot, but a solid shot if you can get the ball high enough above the net. Good job coming forward there from Williams. Zvonareva serving well. I tell you, Karen, having those injuries and being forced to stop playing tennis, the game you love so much, can really give you a new lease on life when you get back at it and get a second chance.
So good start on serve from Zvonareva as well. One apiece.
1 game over for sets.
Well, if you look at what happened with Vera, she was going so well with her career, #2 in the world back in 2010. And 18 months out, 2012 was a bad year. She had hip injury that really bothered her, breathing problems, and then the shoulder injury. Had to stop after the London Olympics and have surgery.
Surgery, Karen, is the scariest word you can say to an athlete.
Yes. You talked about that time out of the game, and it must have been heartbreaking for her, but she's a woman who has kept herself very, very busy. Already had a degree in physical education, and then went on to get one in international economic relations. It's a very intelligent woman, Vera Zvonareva, and is now studying again, undertaking a master's degree in global affairs.
Fantastic. She's given herself something to do after tennis, and sometimes as a player you work so hard and do so much, and all of a sudden there's empty time because you're injured. Good effort for Zvonareva there. Good return from Zvonareva. Able to get Serena into that forehand corner. The ball deep into Serena's forehand corner. Good chance to dictate the points. She's looking to get around forehands.
Very, very tricky with the sun at that end at this time of day. Difficult to toss around it.
Sun a few looks there. Often when the sun is so severe in your eyes when you're tossing the ball, you have to adjust that toss, choose to kick it or slice it instead, take some speed off it. Or you can just throw it up and rip it like Serena did right there. 180 at the tee.
Yeah, good serving. I think this side is actually a little bit trickier, serving to this left court where the sun is. And see, the problem is you can't see for that next shot, and that's exactly what happened to Serena then. She was blinded by the look at the sun to make that serve.
That's exactly right, Karen. This ghost image that will appear in your eyes. Brief second.
So a spot of bother here for Williams.
I'm seeing not a ghost image there. I think that's just some footwork issues. Take one or two more steps to get in position. Waiting for the ball to come to her instead of going to it.
So big problems for Williams on serve at that end. Didn't like the sun at all, and she's broken it. Zvonareva 2-1.
Zvonareva leads by 2-1 for set.
You talked about the footwork of Serena there, and obviously the sun was a huge bother, but sometimes when she's a little nervy, that's the time when you see the footwork just not going as well as it does when she's in full flight.
Exactly, Karen. It's such an important thing early in a match to get your feet moving. I used to use jump rope right before a match to try to get my feet to have a mind of their own, because it's very difficult to get out in front of all these people on these big stages, or just even any match in a Grand Slam is such a difficult task. You know, there's so much riding on it, so much to gain by playing well. The nerves can really make your legs feel like they're encased in cement. It's difficult. It's a tough situation, and obviously the better players get over it quickly. But we're seeing a little bit of nerves from Serena Williams today. I don't think it's anything to be too concerned about. But there is a break. Zvonareva is no easy task.
The Yarra River,
Take your seats quickly, please.
winding its way through Melbourne there in the foreground. The MCG, the other side of the Melbourne Park precinct. Margaret Court Arena, the brown roofed building, and Rod Laver Arena, where we are right now, just in the middle of that last picture. Zvonareva serving 2-1 with the break. The problem for Vera is she's now got the tricky end, has to deal with the sun. Try and consolidate her break of serve by holding her own.
She served at 80% that first game, see if she can get near those numbers. Not always easy to do.
Well, certainly in the opening days of the tournament, we've seen players struggling at this time of day at that end of the court. It's quite a factor.
That's a good response. See Zvonareva a little bit
15,
animated,
that's it.
trying to pump herself up. Doesn't want to give this break back right away. Of course, if you're the person who just got broken, the best time to break is that next game. Serena doing better there with the feet, moving in that forehand. Ball's a little bit short, stepping in to the court a bit.
2 points for the break back.
Fortune.
Good work from Zvonareva. Down the line, using all the court there.
Serena doing a good job on both those points to at least making her opponent play. She's so solid at making good decisions. A couple of her balls flew long there, but she made the returns. Often for the best players, they'll feel free to miss a few balls long early in the match. It's much better than missing balls into the net because you know you can find your range. You know what that range is. Obviously, if you're on this stage, got to get those pre-match nerves, those early match nerves out of the system as quickly as possible.
Williams. And there is the break back straight away. And level it 2 games all.
For sets.
Some clear disappointment on Zvonareva's face. Obviously, giving that away, that break away was not her intention, but solid play from Serena. Not enough first serves in that game from Zvonareva.
It's a beautiful thing to watch that serve. Lovely rhythm. So fluid, the motion.
It has a very satisfying sound, doesn't it, Karen?
Thunk.
Good contact. Serena intelligently taking a little bit off that serve instead of electing to slice it up the tee, moving her opponent.
Fortunate.
Serena certainly looks as if she's found her range.
Which is scary for Vera. Wrong footing, Serena there. Serena's weight going all the other way, heading in the other direction. convincing service game from the world number 1. Williams leading 3-2 first set.
3 games to 2 first set.
She really steadied things there. It's that controlled aggression she's so good at, playing well within herself with measured shots.
We've seen sometimes in the past Serena gets overly emotional on the court, but she knows it doesn't really help her to have that happen. It's better when she stays focused, stays even tempo. And having that break obviously is a tough thing as a player, especially a big server. There's the whole ego, you're not going to break me kind of thing that most players have. Serena was very focused afterwards, saying, you know, obviously there's sun issues. Like, it's difficult to play in those circumstances. So far, early in this match, 3-2, I feel like Serena's very focused.
I agree, and I think a lot of that is she knows just how tough Zvonareva can be. She knows the importance of getting off to a good start. It's broken, but broke straight back, so doing her job. And that is Vera Zvonareva under the towel. Years and years, I think of seeing her do that from when she first came on the tour.
Time.
Trying to shut the world out, focus on what she has to do.
Absolutely. The Australian Open does everything for the players to make it as easy on them as possible. There's ice towels out there, whatever you kind of drinks and food you need. And you have those ingenious covers that come over where the players sit.
Find your seats quickly, please. Thank you.
Having the ball boys hold an umbrella that might or might not cover part of you. So do a good job here, helping the players out on the side.
Fifteen left.
Serena taking her time between these points. She moves so methodically in between points. Oh! I'd almost expect a challenge in that ball. That was pretty close to the baseline, but nothing. Zvonareva. Good stuff. Zvonareva showing how she got to number 2 in the world. Excellent ground strokes. Pinpoint accuracy in the baseline.
A good look with that pirouette at the Williams dress unveiled at the Open here. Not taking away from this great tennis, talking about fashion, but that dress is to showcase the power and beauty of a woman's back.
I've always loved the color that we see here in Australia in the various outfits from the players and the manufacturers.
And Serena's all about the message too. Strong is beautiful, which is the WTA's messages. And she's all for that.
Oof, just missing there.
40-30.
I think that forehand out of the corner is definitely a message, Karen, that she hit 2 points ago. Just missing that return. Giving Zvonareva a chance to hold here. Even this match back out.
Just
Zvonareva not quite in position to take that ball up the line, in my opinion. If she did, she should have given herself a little more margin for error.
That's a fabulous point. Following in after a really strong serve.
advantage, Zvonareva.
That's excellent, Karen. You see these courts here in Australia are playing much quicker here than in past years. It's allowing players to be a little bit more versatile. Come to the net a bit.
Power again from Williams.
Just
That's such smart tennis. You see Serena in perfect position to execute that ball up the line. Gave herself a nice net clearance. And didn't go for the line, kept it inside.
advantage, Williams.
Perhaps over-pressing with some of these. Hasn't played a lot of tennis since her return to the game, especially at this top level.
It's true, and she also is playing Serena Williams. So there's that added pressure, Karen, on Zvonareva.
Exactly.
That return was awfully well struck. It was a good effort for Vera, even getting that ball back.
Just
Serena knew she missed that ball right when she struck it. Obviously a ball she should make. She knows it. Back to deuce.
net. First serve. Advantage,
Zvonareva hanging in this game. Played only 8 matches last year for only 3 wins.
It's a very good effort on that return. Serena really struck that well. Forehand wing.
Just
Not quite getting enough on that serve to hurt Serena. She's going to serve and volley. She better do it. Better serve than that. You go up a tee with that slider. Serena's so tough off that backhand side and is able to get it down quickly with that topspin.
advantage, Zvonareva.
Well, this is such a vital game for Zvonareva. Longest game yet, heading on towards the 8-minute mark.
She was a bit lucky there, Karen. That ball was well struck. It's one of those balls you say it's a good miss for Serena Williams there.
Game Zvonareva.
But Zvonareva hangs on. Level at 3-all.
3 games all, first set.
Perhaps a little bit lucky for Zvonareva there with the miss that Serena made with that short backhand, the one that she screamed in anguish after missing.
See if Serena's able to adjust to the sun on this side this time, having been broken there in the previous game on that side.
Love 15.
Okay, that's a high quality point. This is the kind of tennis that I expected to see today. I think we'll see more of those longer rallies, both girls maneuvering their opponent around the court.
$15 all.
That is wonderful play from Zvonareva. Sweeping groundies into the corners.
15-13.
Absolutely. Zvonareva clearly looking like she's done the work to get back to the old style of game she played. Got her to number 2 in the world. Excellent ball striking.
The 30 all.
Didn't quite get in position on that forehand. Serena with an excellent defensive ball, taking her opponent off the court a bit into that alley.
How about the reaction from Serena after that point as well?
Serena Williams is excellent at firing herself up, getting herself into the right mindset.
The 13-14.
A break point for Zvonareva.
Game Zvonareva.
So she gets the break again. Zvonareva leading
New balls
4-3
wins.
opening set.
Zvonareva leads by 4-3 first sets.
Yeah.
And the intensity levels have just lifted a little in those games with some longer rallies.
Yeah, I think that both girls are playing better tennis than they were at the beginning of the match. Serena Williams with a few errors in that last game, but it's Zvonareva who's playing some pretty smart tennis. She's making a lot of returns. She's moving the ball around the court. She's moving well herself with her feet. Obviously, positioning is so important in this game. Trying to take away your opponent's time is the biggest key to the sport.
Well, Vera looks like she's moving as well, if not better than she was when she was number 2 in the world. Looking as fit as she's ever been. So would have focused on getting the fitness right with the time that she had to make sure she was ready to take on the tour again.
Absolutely. If you have arm injuries or wrist injuries,
Take your seats quickly, please.
Still do fitness
Thank
with.
you.
I'll tell you, for myself, when I had my shoulder problem, I had 2 years, I couldn't do anything with my shoulder, but I could certainly run and I could do everything else. So I did a lot of that. I felt pretty fit.
Zvonareva leading 4-3, has the break. Last time when she had the break was broken straight back. Let's see what happens here.
Karen, a cloud has clearly settled on that court, erasing the sun. Which might be in Zvonarev's favor.
Love it.
There's that firing up you were talking about. Serena's so far inside the court to take this return. All over it.
I love when Serena plays that attacking tennis. There we have a view of magnificent Australian Open facilities.
And a little shadow over Rod Laver Arena. Good pressing play from Zvonareva.
15-0.
Zvonareva, one of those players, Karen, that can play well off both wings. There's not a real weakness in her ground strokes.
There's the sun again.
Net. First set. 13-15.
See this great play set up by an amazing backhand. She just had such good racket acceleration on that backhand. She took it short in the court, forcing Serena to lob that ball. Well played.
Well, she's really asserting herself out here. It's another first serve here.
Fourteen, 13.
Great job from Serena, pinning Vera back behind the baseline, dominating that rally.
Zvonareva just pulling off ever so slightly in those last 2 points. She did come to the net the one before. Wasn't executing quite as well as she did to get there to 40-15 in that game. Serena taking advantage of that fact.
Net. First set.
Vera would love to have a first serve here. Easy point, close this game out.
Great play from Zvonareva, who was really struggling at the start of that point. She's a good mover and great around the net. Has terrific hands. She's won a couple of mixed doubles Grand Slam titles and doubles as well. Former Australian doubles champion with Kuznetsova.
That drop shot from Serena Williams' forehand side wasn't quite as well struck as she'd like to have been.
She got set for that one.
Just
Watch how low Serena Williams gets on that backhand, how much she uses her legs to give her that added power and height over the net. Those of you watching back home, take note of it. Gotta get low, gotta get under that ball. Oh, Karen, that was an excellent response from Zvonareva. Good serve.
She's certainly looking to come in a lot.
Good swing volley, that shot that I hate so much, but she made it.
We're going to see a bit of it this fortnight.
I think we'll see a lot of it.
Great work from Zvonareva. Really toughing out that service game. Keeping the attack up and extending her lead to 5-3 in this opening set.
We'd said here before this match, Karen, that Zvonareva can be a very emotional player. Right now, she looks extremely focused. This does not look like a Zvonareva that's been injured for the last 2 years. It looks like one that's been playing and match tough.
But in terms of that mental side of thing, the approach, she has nothing to lose out here. She's coming in as a player who's been out. She really can come out swinging and treat this as a huge challenge. So the pressure maybe isn't as much as it was when she was inside that top 10.
Absolutely. Definitely not as much pressure. But Zvonareva, a player who's done well here in the past and been as high as number 2 in the world. I guess what she has to lose is opportunity. She is 30 and she wants to come back and be a top player again. So a good one here. I think you said it right, Karen.
15,
Zvonareva's movement is fantastic. She's doing such a good job of getting herself into position to hit these great shots.
Trouble here for Williams. That miss bringing up a couple of set points for Vera Zvonareva.
14.
Well,
13, 14.
Getting in quickly on that forehand and executing. Sharp ball. Serena wanting to have her opponent serve this set out.
Just
Good retrieving from Zvonareva, forcing Williams to play the extra shot. 2 break points saved.
focused there. She has a plan.
Advantage, Zvonareva.
Tough challenge here for Williams.
Juice.
3 set points saved.
Great first serve. Seen Serena Williams do that so many times over the years. Continues to get her out of trouble. 195 kilometers an hour there.
Well, Zvonareva challenged, but I think just hopeful, and she's got plenty of challenges left.
Inside the line.
Advantage Williams.
Mostly.
Zvonareva has 2 challenges remaining.
Great serving. Williams gets herself out of trouble in that game. But still, Zvonareva will serve for the opening set.
Zvonareva leads
5-4.
by 5 games to 4 in the first set.
Well, that was quite a struggle. Again, great serving, getting the world number 1 out of trouble.
Absolutely, and a few well-struck forehands as well. Moving up the ball quickly. Zvonareva never really having a chance on those break points, those set points, to really do anything with the ball. Most of it was defensive. Serena setting herself with an opportunity to at least make her opponent serve the set out. It's an easier set thing than done often in tennis. That as much as possible, you try to play one point at a time and forget about the moment, but that's a difficult task in Grand Slams and big matches, and especially when you're playing a big name like Serena Williams. But Zvonareva done it before.
Just not for a while. See how she stands up to it here. So a big moment for Vera Zvonareva. Stepping out to serve for the opening set.
Fifteen line. Love.
It's well played, Karen. Zvonareva is not backing down from the occasion. Two points away, Zvonareva, from this first set.
13-15.
I don't know why she ended up on the ground here on this last one, really throwing herself into that forehand.
She seemed just a bit unhappy with it. I don't think there's an injury there.
Svanareva's challenging the ball on the right near sideline. The ball was called out.
Their challenge. Ball from up here looks wide, but it's a good time to use one.
Doesn't want any doubts, that's for sure. Only just missed. We're back to 30 all.
30 all.
Serena doing a good job in that point of fending off well-struck balls from Zvonareva. Serena is so good at that, putting extra spin on the ball when she needs it. Defense is top-notch.
Yes, people usually focus on her attack, the way she attacks, but the defense is quite incredible.
They really do. She usually gives you a lot for the highlight reel.
Just get the feeling Vera's a little bit over anxious in this game.
Almost in position on that ball. Almost.
So from 30 love up, she's now facing a break point.
Serena stepping well inside the baseline.
Williams. 5 games all, first set.
Well, you heard how much Serena wants that big yell of come on after that game. 5 all. She looked gone in this set. But has hung on. She's such a feisty fighter.
And that's why you want your opponent to serve out the set. Throw that pressure back on them. Even if you're down in a set, fight so hard to hold your serve. Serena did just that. Throwing up that last backhand nice and deep, pushing her opponent backwards was such a good play. Such a smart player, Serena Williams.
Love 10.
The sun again causing her lots of problems.
Serena definitely still struggling with that side. And like you pointed out early in this match, Karen, she's struggling with the ball right after the serve. Not so much hitting the serve. It's that next ball that's so difficult.
It's 15 all.
See the effort level on Serena Williams' face, showing you just how seriously she's taking this match, this opponent.
Terrific controlled tennis from Serena.
13-15.
That's just vintage Serena right there. Seemingly having her opponent on a yo-yo. Side to side. Too good.
Serena
may have solved the riddle of that sun side over there, Karen. Maybe not. It is difficult. Even for one of the best players in the world, the best player in the world.
Game, Williams.
So Williams holds on despite the sun and leads 6-5.
Williams leads by 6 games to 5 for sets.
And when we think Serena, we think of that highlights reel and the power tennis, the big serve, but there's a lot more to the package. It's the fight that she shows, the refusal to lose, the determination, those defensive skills, digging in, do what it takes to get the win.
Absolutely. You think about a player who's won 18 Grand Slams. Think about all the finals and semifinals and all of the rest and how many matches she's won. You don't just get there on having a great game, a huge big serve and big forehand and good ground strokes. It's more than that. It's like you said, it's the determination, the willingness to figure out a way to win on your worst day. Because Serena Williams on her best day is a freight train anyway. She's just going to move right through her opponent. It really doesn't matter who they are. But time and time again, she's able to focus and get that energy level up. Find a way. She's done that today already.
Well, a terrific comeback from Serena Williams in this set. She trailed 5 games to 3. Vera Zvonareva has had her chances. Precious few, though, because Serena's played very tough to make her way back. Now a huge task ahead for Zvonareva, serving to try and stay in this opening set.
Laver.
Good tennis and movement there from Serena Williams. She seems to have continued to hone her ground strokes throughout the course of this set. Obviously, the urgency of having to break or have the set be over 2 games ago was on her mind, but it seems to have improved her game.
Well, often we see Serena build during the 2 weeks of a slam, build her form as she goes through the tournaments that she's won and done so well at. But here, she's playing a quality opponent, someone she's very wary of and has had big battles with so early in the second round. She's having to bring out the second week form.
15-13.
Exactly what she's had to do today. Vera Zvonareva has been playing a solid first set. Better tennis than I thought she might play. It's a well-struck return from Serena Williams there.
Well, the clenched fist from Williams as she arrives
15,
at her own
14.
set point. She saves free against her in the 9th game. Has fought back to this position.
Serena would love to break here, not have to go to a tiebreaker. Start out the second set serving.
She toughs out the opening set, coming back to take it 7 games to 5.
7 games to 5.
I love the way she fires herself up.
I do too. I love intense tennis. And athletes are not afraid to show their emotions a bit. Makes it for exciting viewing. Serena always putting on a great show. Here's some of the numbers. Serena Williams serving at 74% first serves. When you have that solid of serve, and you're serving at those high percentages, it's tough to contend with. She did get broken twice in that first set, though. 4 aces from her, 2 double faults.
But it was a very entertaining set of tennis with Zvonareva really taking it to Williams. But Serena really had to find some top form. I liked seeing the way Zvonareva came forward as well. She's a very aggressive player. Serena coming through there. What an effort coming back from 3-5, saving set points to win at 7-5.
Time.
Player's going to come back out of the court with Serena Williams serving to start this second set. After raising her level, somehow finding a way to win
Williams
that first set.
To serve.
Coming and going from the stadium after that set here on Laver Arena. Serena giving them a little more time.
Karen,
if you watch the Serena Williams footwork here, watch how quickly she moves forward on this ball, gets a good step, that weight coming forward. We're seeing her footwork not great in the first set, a little tentative, and now it looks very settled. That's dangerous for her opponents.
It'll be intriguing to see whether Serena puts the foot down here and starts lifting even more. Certainly looking exceptionally good. And on the flip side, how Zvonareva rebounds from the disappointment of having that first set wrested from her grasp. Serena winning 13 of the last 15 points. That's ominous. A 204 bomb down the middle.
Fortuna.
That's one of those serves that just is not coming back. close.
That's quick. Well, that service game answered my question. Williams lifting even more to take the opening game of the second set.
Serena with a nasty slice up the line there. That ball was moving away from Zvonareva. She got the inside of the ball. Great shot, great feel.
Well, she's got every shot in the book.
Serena does. She doesn't often use that slice, but that ball got a little bit low. A good barometer on how well Serena's playing on the ground stroke side of things is how well she's hitting the ball up the line. In that last game, 2 backhands just well played, ripping the ball up the line. She looks very settled now.
Laver team.
See Zvonareva moving around, moving those feet. A little practice swing. Get herself back in the swing of things. Needs to hold here.
Well, that slice sitting up for Serena to get a good strike on it.
Well said, Karen. That slice is a bit of a hope and a prayer. The way she's winning that point is if Serena misses.
I've certainly seen some good stuff from Vera out here today for a player who's been at the top of the game, had so long on the sidelines with serious issues, the injuries, shoulder surgery.
That last forehand was more like it. She missed a few of those at the end of that first set. Forehands up the line, had some opportunities. It's plagued her a little bit. That last one she executed well.
We talked about what a tough draw it is for Serena having to play against Vera so early, but for Vera, same thing when she's trying to make her way back to actually have to face this challenge second round. I'm sure there would have been a lot of matches that she may have come through quite comfortably. This one just such a huge challenge.
13-14.
I agree, Karen. I think you'd see Zvonareva get through a lot of the matches against opponents if she played this quality of tennis in this draw. But Serena Williams is on and focused. It's tough to get by her.
Well, a good thing for Serena is that Vera has really focused her early in the tournament.
Exactly. Beware. You have to play Serena here.
Williams.
Great controlled aggression again
Williams
from the world #1.
Love, second set.
Consolidates.
Here you see this devastating backhand up the line, almost inside out there. Again, the shot that she hits so well when she's playing well and moving well.
It was hard to pick what her form was going to be like here in Melbourne after Hopman Cup, where she arrived exhausted, fatigued, called for an espresso after losing her first set 6-love against Flavia Pennetta over there. Caused a huge stir.
I saw that video, Karen. I thought it was quite charming. I like to see a little personality. She was very entertaining and quite funny. It's great to see such a champion being able to laugh a little bit in the sidelines. Hopman Cup, such a great event to get ready for the Australian Open here, guaranteeing you some matches. At least 3 matches over there. I loved playing in Perth.
It's a wonderful atmosphere.
Svanareva's challenge in the corner on the right baseline. And
the other thing Serena did over there was she had a meeting with a koala. And fierce as Serena is on the court, she was terrified of the koala. Didn't realise how big they were before she met them. Wouldn't touch it.
I've done that myself. Ball just long. Held one in Adelaide. The keeper said, "Be careful, the koala has long claws." And I said, "I can see those long claws. That's pretty clear." But they eat the eucalyptus and it keeps them pretty docile. I've heard that there's some horror stories of it not being so docile, though.
Well, Serena was not taking any chances.
It's a smart play. I held it. Maybe I was lucky.
A lot of movement on that serve.
Such an intelligent second serve, hitting it up the tee. See players most of the time going out wide in the ad court. Good effort from Serena there, executing on that overhead. Remember, the sun is over there in the eyes of the players. Wasn't that well struck, but she did get herself in position. She made the shot.
Game Williams.
Williams holds to love, looking very good out here now, taking control of the second set.
Williams leads by 3 games to love, second set.
Just the way she's walking around the court, looking very composed, and just the opposite from Zvonareva.
Zvonareva obviously disappointed with how the tournament events have gone. But I'll tell you, it is very difficult playing a top player, having the opportunity, when all of a sudden the pressure, which was not on you and helped you play so well, transfers to you, and all of a sudden it looks like you can win the first set, or you have this huge opportunity. It's difficult to deal with that. Serena's been here so many times with the pressure on her. She's used to it.
If that's not an uncharacteristic reaction from Vera either. She does get pretty cranky out there, trying to keep her cool herself down with the ice.
Time. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats
just
quickly.
You
Thank
out there
you.
on the court. Tennis. There's nobody out there to help you. It is such a test. Mental resolve. How you deal with the physical pain of having to play long points in front of all these people, people all over the world watching. You know that, but Zvonareva done it before.
Players are ready. Please find a seat available next to you. Thank you.
Vera definitely needs to get control of her emotions here.
Exactly.
She needs to get that focus back and do something in this game. Can't go down 4-love.
$15.
That's just too good.
15-13.
Serena looks extremely composed. Those start of that first set where she had some footwork issues, some nerve issues, obviously playing against a player of Zvonarev's caliber. But she has settled. I agree, Karen. I think that Zvonarev's play helped her play better.
Ah! 15-14.
Well, Serena, certainly it's that composure and the focus that she had to find. And she's continued on with that in the second set. She's got good body language, whereas right now, Zvonareva getting annoyed about everything. Had to let the emotions out at the last changeover.
Laver's still playing quite high-quality tennis. Serena did some very good defensive shots out of the backhand corner that last point. Really forcing the issue, taking advantage of her opponent's emotional state.
$13-14.
Well, good job from Zvonareva. Coming back from a couple of break points. She knows she has to win this game. Even though she's serving down the difficult end, bringing it back to deuce.
That's right, Karen. She needs to do what she does best, continue to execute from the baseline, rip those ground strokes, give herself opportunities to take control of these points.
Sensational from Serena. And full stretch.
Advantage, Williams.
Serena showing her extreme athletic ability and strength.
And look at the recovery as well.
She was ready for the next ball. That forehand was excellent.
Game, Williams.
Great job from Williams. Playing some super tennis.
Williams
to break again and go to a 4-love lead in the second set.
4 games to love, second set.
Now it's just up to Serena to continue this level of play. She can get back on the practice court or go have herself a nice lunch. Certainly earned it. She's really turned it on here today. High quality tennis from Serena Williams.
Certainly has 7 winners, only 4 unforced errors in this set. Putting a a lot of pressure on her opponent. Oh,
Laver.
it's a bit of a blip.
That was odd. She had no action on that ball at all. Seemed like she forgot what she was doing there for just a sec.
It's regrouping after that inexplicable second serve.
Love 13.
Well, a funny little lapse from Williams.
That's it.
Serena continuing to fire herself up, making up for that strange second serve on the first point with a solid one there. Zvonareva needs to do everything in her power to make something happen in this game.
Gee, that is a tough second serve. Once again, moving away from
13.
Zvonareva.
There again, you see the good servers in that ad court going tee here and there, keeping their opponents honest.
Nicely held. The team like it.
14-13.
So from love 30, Williams back to game point for a 5-love lead.
Net. First set.
Close call there. Not surprised to see a challenge.
For me, it's out.
Oh, she's accepting Louise Ingsel's opinion.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Game, Williams.
She's got the game. 5-love, second set.
Williams leads by 5 games to love, second set.
Just looking so composed out there. She wants it. We're seeing her fire herself up to some of those points to get back from a strange start to that service game with a weird double fault and a missed backhand. Got herself together, really toughing the match out.
It was almost like on those 2 points there, Karen, that maybe she was thinking about what she wanted for lunch, not the match. It was a strange lapse. It was. I mean, the second serve was very strange. Yeah, everybody can miss a backhand. You got to give even a 18 times Grand Slam champion, #1 in the world, a little bit of leeway here and there. But that was odd. Zvonareva not able to capitalize on the small advantage she was given in that game. But Serena has really played solid tennis in this match. Highlights that. Ready, I think we'll get her ready for all comers, whoever she might play throughout this draw.
Well, she's a 5-time champion here at the Australian Open, but hasn't won since 2010. And it's the only slam she hasn't won since she took that year off with injury and illness from just after Wimbledon in 2010. Hasn't liked the results here in those outings since, lost to Anna Ivanovic here last year.
Ivanovic not going to be a threat for Serena Williams this year. Good defense from Serena Williams there out of that forehand corner. See her get over there and hit a slice forehand. So many players have added that weapon. I consider it, even though it's defense, it's still a weapon. Added that ability or weapon to their game, giving it one more chance at a point, often making it very difficult if a person comes to the net to volley that ball as it goes right at their feet.
Expectations are so high for Serena, though, having won 18 Grand Slams, 5-time champion here every time she steps out. The world's watching, expected to win.
Net.
So much talk about her chasing the Grand Slam numbers to try and catch up with Steffi Graf, number 22, and Margaret Court, 24.
Serena's box looking quite content. Ready to celebrate this match and move on to the next.
15.
I think Karen Billie Jean King did say it best when she said pressure is a privilege.
Indeed.
And I think that Serena Williams has earned that privilege and continues to show that she enjoys the moment.
Ouch. I don't think Vera enjoyed that moment. That looked really uncomfortable when she pulled up there.
Definitely want to highlight, Karen, how well Zvonareva actually played today.
Oh, absolutely.
It really forced Serena Williams into her highest gear.
Match points for the top seed.
Game, set match. Williams. Right to Switzerland, 7-5, 6 love.
Well, it was a huge test in that opening set for Serena Williams. She came through it, had to fight hard to take it 7-5 and running away with it in the second set, 6 love. The world number one, through to the third round. I like the pirouette at the end.
It's definitely different. I don't know if I've seen the hitch. Is that a normal thing?
Yeah, she likes to do that. I think she wants to show off the back of her dress as well.
I do like the dress. I like the color.
Well, disappointing for Zvonareva that she couldn't convert on those set points that she had in the opening set. She had 3 of them, but Serena really lifted when she needed to. So good luck to Vera as she continues her comeback to the game. Good luck to Serena, who's certainly looking in great form, moving superbly, keeping her cool in a pretty difficult situation out there.
Absolutely. I think that if Serena continues to play this well, I don't think she'll need a whole lot of luck. I think we'll also see great things from Zvonareva this year. Her game has picked up. She looks focused, not as emotional as she has been in the past. A little hiccup there, but to be expected.
Serena loaded up with a whole bunch of bags, and she's just going to lighten the load a little as she heads over to Craig Willis to tell us her thoughts on that match.
No, this way. Welcome back. It's great to see you. How does it feel to walk out onto this court that has brought you so much Grand Slam success?
You know, it feels really good. You know, I haven't played out here yet this year, so it feels really good out here. It's such a great court. I've had so much success here, thanks to everyone here in Melbourne, thanks to the crowd. So it's been a real unbelievable time here for me.
Tell me about the first set. Vera was playing very well. Did you feel like it took a little time to find that rhythm and range that we're so used to seeing from you?
Yeah, you know, she started out really well. She was really aggressive, and I was a little too passive, so to say. So once I got down, I just thought, you know, Serena, you've done so well here. You have nothing to lose. Just have fun and enjoy yourself. And I start playing a lot better.
You certainly did. Do you make New Year's resolutions as far as your tennis game is concerned?
I usually have weight New Year's resolutions, so not too much tennis stuff.
It's been a joy again to see you back on centre court, Serena. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Love you guys. Thank you.
Well, that is so funny. She says she has weight New Year's resolutions. And I did read something she said about that dress. She said, all I think about when I have to wear it is what I don't want to eat too much, because if I have an extra peanut, I might bust out of the dress. So, very funny comments from her. But what a performance. Looking very good as she heads into the third round.
She definitely looks great. She looks great in the dress, and she looked great on court today. Fantastic composure from Serena, and I think she said it well there. She knew that she was being a bit too passive. She was allowing Zvonareva to dictate the points, and knew that if she didn't change something, this was going to be a tough match for her. Be able to figure things out, get through that first set. That's what makes her such a great champion. She did it quickly today. Didn't have to take her to 3 sets to figure the game out. And she's going to be better off from it going into her next matches here at the Australian Open.
So let's take a look at the figures for that match. And 32 winners to 11, really telling the tale, with Williams able to dominate, particularly as the match went on, when she stepped up a gear and keeping those unforced errors down in that second set. Zvonareva unable to capitalise on opportunities in the first. So a great performance from Serena through 7-5, 6-love.
Rehydrate, apply a bit more sunscreen if you are in the sun, and we should see on the big screen when the players of Laver and Novak are on their way to join us here on Laver Arena.
Mercury began to rise on day 3 of the Australian Open, and so did the intensity of the competition, as a number of the top seeds were troubled in second round action. Women's number 2 seed Maria Sharapova faced fellow Russian Alexandra Panova in second court, and after seizing the first set, looked on track for a comfortable victory. But the world number 150 hit back to claim the second, and then had 2 match points in the third at 5-4. Sharapova refused to give in, clawing her way back from the brink to win a dramatic 3-setter lasting more than 2.5 hours. Early on at Laver Arena, another Russian, Katerina Makarova, found the going easier against Italy's Roberta Vinci. The 26-year-old continued her first round form, lasting 21 winners and capitalising on her opponent's 28 unforced errors to race to a comfortable straight sets win in just 74 minutes. Great Britain's Andy Murray had a second round date on Margaret Court Arena with Australia's Marinko Matosevic, who never previously progressed beyond the first round of his home slam. Despite the support of a parochial Melbourne crowd, Matosevic lacked the class to go the distance with his 6th-seeded opponent. Murray home in straight sets and into the third round for the 7th straight win. While the men's seeds have remained relatively intact, Cypriot veteran Marcos Bagdatis had other ideas in his second-round match against Belgium 20th seed David Goffin. The former Australian Open finalist was fast out of the blocks, winning the first 2 sets comfortably. Boffins sprung back into life to claim the third set, but couldn't back it up in the fourth as Baidatis took it to love and booked his spot in the third round. The upsets looked set to continue on Laver Arena early in the match between Roger Federer and Simone Bolelli. The Italian got the early jump on the second-seeded Federer, pinching the first set 6-3. But the Swiss master soon found his range and set about punishing Bolelli in a blistering comeback. Federer through to the third round and on track for a fifth Australian Open crown.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's men's singles action now on Laver Arena from Russia. Would you welcome Andrei Kuznetsov. His opponent, top seed in 2015 from Serbia, Novak Djokovic.
Hello and a warm welcome on day 4 of our live coverage from the 103rd edition of the Australian Open. Weather conditions set fair. It's pretty warm today, warmer than what we've seen in the previous 3 days. And it's hotting up here in the commentary booth as well because alongside me, Rob Koenig, is one of Holland's finest, Jacco Elting. Welcome back, Jacco. Very much looking forward to this one.
Likewise, Robbie. It's probably going to be a great match between Novak and Andre.
Of course, conditions are a little warmer today. The ball's going to be pinging through the air. I thought he played well in his first match, did Djokovic, but still certain areas of his game need fine-tuning. Remember, he hasn't played a lot of matches coming into Melbourne this year. I watched him lose relatively early in Doha. Of course, we know how dangerous the best players in the world are once they start to get a bit of momentum.
They know what they need to play well, and if they get through their first round match, many times you already see that they can pick up the level in the next one. Although some close matches too in the second round, as we've seen yesterday. I think Novak's been watching a bit of telly last night, and seeing one of his great rivals, Rafa Nadal, having a very tough time, and I don't think he wants to make that long work of his opponent today.
Same conditions in your previous match. Just to remind you, we're using electronic review. Any questions? Andre, heads or tails?
Heads.
Heads?
Alison Hughes.
It's heads. Receive?
Sounds good.
Okay.
So Kuznetsov has won the toss and is elected to receive first. All matches here. Best of 5 sets. No tiebreaker in the 5th. Just keep playing until we get a winner.
Andre Kuznetsov made his Grand Slam debut in 2010 at the Wimbledon Championship.
Russia's had
And in 2014,
rich tennis
he went
history
through to the third round at Wimbledon and the third round at the US Open.
Thinned out a little bit before the retirement last year of Nikolai Davydenko.
In Casablanca.
And they're not quite the tennis superpower, certainly on the men's side. What they used to be.
It's amazing to see there's so many Ovas and Avas on the women's side. There are so many that may draw and play so well. But on the men, I don't know, maybe it's they elect Idol at this moment, like an example that they can live up to. A lot of the Russians are obviously not training in Russia at all times, and they're living abroad. Maybe women are adjusting there a little bit easier than the men are. Lots of different reasons that might be the case.
Kuznetsov, the only Russian to reach the second round. 4 Russians to start the event. Novak, of course,
is the top seed here at our championship of 2015.
just about everything about
From
this
Serbia,
young
back on
man.
centre court.
7
Let's
years of
welcome
age now.
Novak Djokovic.
An outstanding 2014 season. Was champion in Wimbledon, but I still believe that a great year for Novak. It's 2 majors, not just one. Despite the fact that he's won a fair few Masters 1000 events. Do you go along with that or not?
I agree, Robbie, 100% yes. I mean, Djokovic at this moment has been #1 player for the last 3 years, I think, finishing the year end. And if he is fit, he is the most consistent player of all. Sometimes maybe not showing the greatest tennis, you know, if you look at the shot selection, but as a competitor, you know, he's so tough. He kind of combines what some of the other players have. He has also the same feistiness as what Nadal has. You know, he has some great running. You know, he's such an all-round player, but he doesn't have something really dangerous. And for him to stay at this fit level, it's going to be tough. You know, he's won 7 slams, if I'm correct.
Yes.
And for him to get up to the point where he's winning as many as Roger, it's going to be tough for him, I think.
Yeah, I think the winning as many as Roger might be a little bit beyond it, but I do think the next 3 years are going to be the chance for him to make hay. I think 2 slams a year for the next 3 years is not out of the question.
No, I think he can do that, and for Novak, he has a chance to win on every slam, basically. You know, he is maybe more than Roger capable of winning the French. He is more than Nadal maybe capable of winning the US Open or here in Australian Open. So, you know, if you look at every slam, you would still have to favor Djokovic at all times.
Yeah, I'm very much with you as far as that is concerned. Speaking of his opponent today, of course, Kuznetsov, best Grand Slam performance is actually reaching the 3rd round at Wimbledon. That was last year as well as the US Open, so 2014 was a decent year as far as the points and prize money were concerned with Andre Kuznetsov. ATP ranking currently just inside the top 100. He's only 23 years of age. Again, we're seeing players mature slightly later, so he'll be glad that he's done 1 at the majors, and of course 2015, hopefully he can press on, make it further in the ATP events and further here at the majors, but of course a big task in front of him today. So I guess my question to you is then, what has he got to do to try and upset the rhythm of the world number one?
Isn't that the way we think, Robbie? Always try to think you're the opponent to Djokovic in this case.
Yes.
And what do you do to beat him? Well, you get kind of nervous because there's not so much you can think of. Kuznetsov, he's a funny bloke. You know, he is kind of shy, quiet. He doesn't talk much to the other players, and he's, you know, a lot with his dad. The way he plays, he's a lanky player. You know, he's 185, not very muscular, but he's really quick around the court. And you see his dad right here, I think. And he has great backhand. He has a phenomenal backhand. But you're playing against Djokovic, who maybe even has a little bit better backhand.
Yeah.
Who also moves well around the court.
Exactly. And I was just thinking, as you were saying, that which Russian hasn't got a good backhand? It's almost like it's in their DNA, isn't it?
Just like the Swedes, maybe because of the ice hockey they play.
Yeah, so that'll be an interesting battle within the overall war. I think it's important for Djokovic to have an aggressive mindset. I did see him lose a couple of matches last year where if a player is able to take him close in a set or close in a match, he tends to be a little bit passive on occasions. When he's playing the best players in the world, he knows he can't be that way, so the game plan is easy. But when he's playing against lesser ranked players, that's when he sometimes does get a bit passive, and that's where you as the opponent have got to make the most of that situation. So I think that's going to be key for Kuznetsov, to try and hang in with Nadal early on in each of the sets.
Yeah, with Djokovic, yeah.
Djokovic, sorry.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's absolutely. And sometimes if he is that tentative, he's kind of waiting a little bit. Also, his first serve
Kuznetsov won the toss and chose to receive.
Punishing, is not as accurate. He might miss a few, and he kind of, you know, uses the serve more to put it in place and start playing the rally again instead of maybe using the serve to get some free points. And that's where you do have some chances. But the problem is against Djokovic, I don't know if I can say it out loud, but I kind of compare him to a missile. You know, once he's locked on, it's like almost impossible to escape.
Yes.
You have to make great moves. You have to make unbelievable shots to get away and hopefully still, you know, able to beat him.
Yeah, we talk about that base level of play that the great players have. They're always playing at an 8.5 out of 10. And you as the opponent have got to try and match that. It's difficult to do it for hours on end. You can do it for half an hour, maybe 45 minutes at best, get a set, maybe a set and a half. But staying with them, living with them over the course of 5 sets, what we've seen over the last decade, it's been almost impossible to do.
That's why the top seeds also do so well most of the times in the first 2 or 3 rounds of a Grand Slam. It's not that they're always so much better than their opponent, but this best of 5, you know, that really also makes a difference. To maybe win 2 sets, you can win a tiebreak in the first, and maybe play a great game in the beginning of the second and hold serve, just like you've seen Karlovic do in the quarterfinals match in Doha, the first tournament Djokovic played this year. You know, you can hang in close, but then best of 5, that's a different case.
So,
first set.
Djokovic's second match here at Melbourne Park. He's up against Andrei Kuznetsov of Russia.
Play.
It's going to be the world number 1 that gets things started.
Lex for service.
It's Jukka Elting alongside me, Rob Koenig.
Love.
Former doubles champion here on 2 occasions was Jukka, definitely with Paul on 1 occasion. I want to say with Jonas on the other. He carried Jonas that year, if I remember. Hope he gave you half of his prize money. How's that for taking the ball early?
He's reading the play so well. Djokovic, as soon as he sees his opponent in trouble, he moves in 1 or 2 steps. The ball comes short. Quick couple of steps, and he's right there.
Love.
Of course, Djokovic looking to become just the 2nd man in history to win 5 or more Aussie Open titles. Of course, the great Aussie Roy Emerson
my hero.
1-6. Little dove over there, of course.
Game, Djokovic. First game.
Stefan, who was born last year. Nice little gesture from Novak, thoroughly enjoying fatherhood. Fair few fathers on the tour these days. Roger's got what I describe as the quad squad.
Yeah, if he flies, it either has to be a private plane or he has a complete first and business class of every aircraft. Obviously, to bring the whole family and the nannies. But obviously, they can afford it. And if they do want to be a professional tennis player, they will end up playing 21 tournaments on average. Slams double. So if you want to travel half of the year, you have to bring your family.
Sure. I'll first look at Andrei Kuznetsov.
Love 15.
Mentioned the fact that technically the forehand not as watertight as the backhand.
Just missed.
Love 30.
Already down love 30 in the first game. It's not something that you like to think about when you're in the locker room preparing for a match like this. Which already playing from the baseline, really on top of the baseline, dictating.
Very well worked points from
15-30.
Speaking of Russians, of course, one of our good friends, a champion here back in 1999, Evgeny Kafelnikov. Still see Yevi around, of course. So after that, Marat Safin cleaned up in 2005. It's been a good tournament for the Russians down the years.
15-14.
Alexander Volkov has had some good results here too, I think.
Another player who played well on many different surfaces. So already 2 break points for Novak. It's going to be important. It's first serve and the effectiveness of it.
30-14.
Keep an eye on those numbers. It's always an important number to look at when you're playing against Novak, because he's probably the best returner our game has ever seen.
Game, Djokovic.
So Novak off to the best
Djokovic leads
possible
against
start.
Laver set.
Breaks into the second game. And he's up and running. Well, Jaco Alting alongside me. And Jaco, just speaking about how good Novak's returner serve is, and you've played against the best singles players in the last 20 years. I'd like to know how you rate that shot against the likes of Agassi. And
Agassi level, that's what I was about to say. Agassi level. It's not so much that they have this great shot, but they read it so well. They just somehow know where it's going to go. And you try to think, okay, now I'm going to surprise him. And then you hit a great serve, but then he's not surprised. It feels terrible.
so what's it like for the server stepping up to the line?
39.
You've got that on the other side of the net. How does that affect you mentally?
It affects you a lot, especially if a player like Novak has quick own service games. You feel like you're serving all the time. You have to come up with solutions all the time. Like, you know, today it's important for Kuznetsov to also try and win a lot of points on Djokovic's own serve.
30-15.
Backhand was a little bit hit and miss by his lofty standards, and we only judge him by the highest of standards in his opening match against Berene. Backing up the line wasn't as good as what it usually is, so be keeping an eye on that shot as well for Djokovic. They started out serving very nicely.
40-15.
Of course, it's a cliche within our sport, but you serve well, you play well.
Confidence maker or a confidence breaker many times to serve.
Let first service. Let's first service. Game Djokovic.
Good start.
Djokovic
Serving
needs 3 games
and
love
returning for the world number 1. And he is out the blocks like Johan Blake. This centre court that has been so kind to him over the years. Feel good factor, nice and high. Familiarity of it.
It happens often, doesn't it? You know, that a player plays well in a certain tournament and they come back the year after. It doesn't matter how bad your slump has been, maybe in the weeks before. And you come back to that tournament, all of a sudden you pick it up again and you find your rhythm. Things that you enjoyed the year before, and you pick up that same level again.
Seats quickly, please. Thank you.
Certain players are much tougher to beat at difficult word, specific tournaments.
Time.
Third time lucky.
Any seat for now, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Day 4 of a live Coventry. Year that we've been here at Melbourne Park.
Seats quickly, thank you.
Novak Djokovic off to the best possible start here against Andrei Kuznetsov of Russia, 23-year-old, ranked 88 in the world.
Kuznetsov played his point, he played fantastic. You know, he's moving the ball around well, as well on forehand as on backhand side. But then one shot that's not good enough, he gets punished.
Yeah, when Djokovic first broke on the scene, it was those linear shots that were a nightmare to play against.
See more of that throughout the match. Djokovic will try and punish, especially the forehand of Kuznetsov, knowing that the backhand of his Russian opponent is really, really good. Obviously, Djokovic has nothing to worry with his own backhand, but still, I think that's where he's going to make most of his points.
Wonderful elastic energy in his shots. So flexible.
15-30.
Djokovic is returning, folks, as well. Just keep an eye on on his ball placement on the returns. He very rarely goes anywhere near the lines, especially when returning first serve. It's hard and deep down the middle.
15-14.
It was hard, but not as deep. Exactly there. And you can see what it does. You know, you're hardly finished with your service motion. You just put your foot on the ground, and you already have to back pedal.
Two more break points. Starting to feel the backhand early. For me, that's always a barometer of
Djokovic leads 4 games to love first set.
confidence Djokovic is feeling. If he starts to hit that backhand down the line early on in a match, you better watch out. And in this particular situation, it's a good matchup. His backhand down the line, because Kuznetsov's forehand, which is the Russian's weakest shot. I've only been on court 12 minutes. It's already 4-zip.
Novak thinking that ball was going to go way long, but a little frame there involved. Ball just dropped inside the baseline. Also going to follow closely Djokovic's serve. I think over the last 3 months after the US Open, I think his average service speed on first and on second serve has gone up by 7 to 10 kilometers an hour.
Why do you think it's the case?
I don't know if he has done more training on it, or if it's his record or his strengths. I just feel that his average service speed has gone up, you know, quite a bit over the last couple of months. Every first serve is around the 200 kilometer an hour mark.
40-15.
I was having a chat to Milos Raunic's coach in his early days. Casey Curtis coached him between 8 and 17.
Djokovic's challenge on the call on the right baseline. The ball was called in.
Let's check this one out. He said he believes that the second serve should be 85% of the first if you want to have a world-class second serve.
That's going to be the key, especially in female tennis, I think, for the next couple of years going forward. Kuznetsov getting a bit of a breather here, maybe just looking at the screen. Hawkeye takes a little bit to come with the result.
Yeah, he's got a piece of the line. Novak's misjudged that one.
40-30.
For the first time in this game. Still got a game point, though.
See, now he once played in the backhand of Kuznetsov.
Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining.
You kind of hear him think, oh, I should have gone to that forehand again.
Fault.
Careful when you're coming against Djokovic. It's got to be better than that.
An advantage, Djokovic.
It's a danger of a cross-court approach shot. Give him both angles down the line and short cross.
He'll make you pay more often than not. I thought it was out as well.
Call on the left baseline.
You might as well challenge Kuznetsov, because if Djokovic gets this overhead, it's going to be finished anyways.
Game.
So
Djokovic.
Djokovic paints the line, and he's up and running here. 5-love
Djokovic leads
first
5
set.
games to love first sets. Kuznetsov has 2 challenges remaining.
Why this watch? This watch is an icon of impossible achievement. Race under pressure. Battles endured.
Having a look at the physiques of both those guys. I think they're almost perfect. The long, strong, I call it, Jaco.
Yeah, very toned.
Yeah, not too heavy.
Not carrying too much. It's tough when you're really bulky, you know, and have to carry that around under these circumstances, and also to carry that around all year. You know, it's if you play on average in singles, probably with this ranking between 90 and 110 matches. Maybe you play some doubles. You have to train as well, and if you're really heavy,
Time.
you know, most of the time you're a little bit more injury prone too. I was really surprised by the way Kuznetsov prepared for this Australian Open. It's amazing. He is a ranking 88. Obviously, that doesn't get him in a lot of main draws, but he played a challenger.
So assuming to stay in this opening set and put some respectability on the scoreboard is Kuznetsov. Kayaki was mentioning the fact
15
that
love.
Kuznetsov played a challenger the week before coming to the Australian Open. Surprised at that?
I really am. He got to the quarters, you know, losing there. But, you know, he's ranked 88. I would like to see him try and qualify for the big events, or maybe play Chennai. Fantastic. What a hammer. You can choose to play a challenger because you hope to
15
play
all.
a few more matches. And obviously getting matches in the beginning of the year is important. But you don't get to play the level of the tour. And by the time you get to a slam, it's quite an adjustment.
Spreading the court nicely there. It's an interesting one though. Early on in the season, because saw in Auckland last week, Adrian Manarino doing so well there, making it through to the finals. He was another one who's got a good enough ranking to play main draw, but decided to play the challenger, I think, in New Caledonia. Made the semis there, got some matches under his belt, and it served him well.
Getting a lot of matches in helps in the beginning of the year.
Because it's all good and well going to play qualies, but what happens if you lose first round? So it's a tricky one, eh? It's, you know, to each their own. And players have got to try and find that balance and know what works well for them. Well, those up the line shots are working pretty well for Novak Djokovic at the moment.
If you just look at his face, he almost takes pleasure out of punishing you like that. He's relentless. And he doesn't feel ashamed at all just to send you home with a 6-0 if he has an opportunity to.
So speaking about
Deuce
coming into this first major of the year, it was interesting to read that, that Federer doesn't consider December an off month. He treats it like any other time in the calendar. His off month is February, especially with the first major in mind. He likes to be pretty active in December.
Well, that's
Advantage
just mentioned
Djokovic.
also when we talked about the preparation of Kuznetsov. That's experience. You have to kind of find out what you like, what suits you. And obviously it depends on your ranking, it depends on your age, it depends on your style, the way you play.
Set point, Djokovic. Oh, he's dialed in, isn't he?
Mr. Djokovic.
What a clinical opening set
6
from the
games
world
to love.
number one.
Djokovic leads by 1 set to 0.
6 love. 21 minutes. How do you like them apples?
He plays like a surgeon who has bagels for breakfast.
I like that a lot, and I'm sure Djokovic will be liking those numbers, Jakob.
These are just perfect numbers. What's there? Just add, 2 unforced errors in the whole set already to start off, and winning 26 against 11. First serve percentage, beautiful, around 2/3. There's not much you can say. Once again, thinking like a player, what do you do if you're Kuznetsov and you're sitting down? You had 6 love. Just such a short time, 21 minutes. Are you finally adjusted here to the Laver Arena? But then you still have to adjust to your opponent. It just goes too fast for him.
Speaking about going fast, beautiful linear shots again as up the line is killing. Footwork was exquisite in the opening set. He's looked really light on his feet. The body language has been good. And backing up the line is world class. Always important to keep double B happy. Wonderful length off the return of serve. Shot selection outstanding. Look at that, it's not too close to the line. It's well within both the sideline and the baseline.
Time.
And once he starts hitting the forehand and back and down the line and cross, what is there to cover? You cannot just stay on one side and hope the ball's going to be there. Maybe one question though. Is he not working with Marian Vaida at all anymore?
Second set,
he is.
Djokovic to
Because
serve.
I don't see Marian at all the tournaments anymore. I see Boris actually almost more than Marian Vaida, the one who has coached him for so many years and trains him all the time too.
Yeah, it's pretty much a 50-50 relationship. Marian, of course, was in Doha with him. Had a long chat with them down there. Boris is here. So I think they just managed the schedule. Marian, of course, wanting to spend a little bit more time with his family these days. I love chatting
15
with
love.
Vaida. He's such an enthusiastic individual. Takes his job very seriously with Novak. As to the other members of the crew, Gebhard Fulgrich and his good friend Milana Manovic.
Oh, that was right there. In the money hole. He was waiting for that return.
15 all.
Check this out. Boom.
Wait, please.
That was Djokovic like.
Kuznetsov, he does have that, that firepower, especially on his backhand side, and I think he has to pull some special tricks. Karlovic beat Djokovic in the first week of the season in Doha because he has a great serve and he can do some great things, some strange things too, some things out of the ordinary. Because once it comes down to consistency,
14-15.
There's only one winner.
Yeah.
Serve, doesn't it? A beautiful shape on it. Banana shape, always going away from the opponent.
Game Djokovic. New balls plays will change. First game.
7 love.
Second set.
Playing Novak, you have to be consistent, but you also need a weapon. You need a weapon to beat Novak at a certain point. And you have to be able to make an end to a rally. It's also very difficult for even a player like Federer to do it against Djokovic, but he can play that fine line, just staying with him, but also taking your chances, maybe sometimes come in, just all of a sudden hit a winner, hit a short cross. Also have a bit of a mix-up, but many times when you mix it too much, as you know, Robbie, you start making mistakes, especially when it gets tight.
He's not number 1 in the world for nothing. New balls.
Left 15.
10 points in a row that he's lost on his second serve. Yet to actually win a point behind that weaker second offering.
That's actually scary in the whole match. 0 out of 10.
He's lost that.
15 all.
Love the targets when he's defending. Hard up the middle, maybe a little bit cross court, and then uses his athleticism to get himself back in the rally.
That was a smart serve.
30-15.
Serve to the body of the serve. You would think you wouldn't like to do that because you always get the return back in play, but maybe the return is not going to be as good.
It's good tennis from Kuznetsov.
Two angles here in this last rally.
40-15.
Opening up the court.
First time he's been able to dictate play against Djokovic. Look at him moving side to side. Here's the angle Jaco was talking about.
Out. Kuznetsov is challenging the call on the
I
right
like that
baseline.
body
Ball's
serve.
pulled out.
One was a relatively short forehand. Take that against Djokovic any day of the week. He's just got to be a bit more clinical with that shot right there.
We'll see what Hawkeye says. It was long, but you can't miss a shot like that. If you just got back to 40-15, you know, with playing a great
Kuznetsov
point,
has 2 challenges
and all of a
remaining.
sudden you just kind of throw that feeling away again. It's cheap.
Let's for service.
Full house here at Laver Arena.
Out. Deuce.
14,820.
Not one of the biggest stadiums around the globe, the slams, but certainly one of the coziest and the most atmosphere. They really like the sports here, don't they?
Advantage. Djokovic.
You see that one forehand error he made at 40-15. How costly. He made another one right after, but how costly that is. You're just right back in fighting again and grinding and thinking.
It's not the place you want to be. You're taking on one of the best players in the world, the best player at the moment.
Deuce.
Doesn't happen too often. In fact, I think it's the first point that Kuznetsov has won behind his second serve. It's 1 of 12.
He should put his hands up.
Advantage Kuznetsov.
Nicely done, the key there, taking the ball early, but look how close to the line he has to hit it.
Deuce.
Once again, great point, terrible point.
Goes back to that phrase I speak about so often, your base level of play. It's got to remain so high. you're taking on tougher opposition. Oh, that is
High
right
advantage,
up the top
Djokovic.
draw. I mean, it's one thing guessing right, but you still got so much work to do. He set that one down a drain pipe. That's the amount of court he's got to work with there.
Game, Djokovic.
Well, Jaco said it. You don't
Djokovic
take the
leads 2 games to
opportunities
love,
when
second
you've got
set.
game points. Best players in the world make you pay. And we've just seen a perfect example of that.
And I think it's not even only with game points, it's just in general in your own service games. If you had a great point, you have to try and follow up with another one. One great point led by an easy mistake, it's already costly at this stage.
There's no bonus points in our sport for hitting winners, right?
No.
Counts
15 love.
just as much as an unforced error.
And this match gets a terrible rhythm for the Russian. Set in a break, not even on the scoreboard. 6 love, 2 love, 15 love. Lots of love for the Russian.
Lots of love for Djokovic, not too much for the Russian, you would think.
$30 love. Djokovic is challenging the call on the left-hand sideline. The ball was called in. Out.
He just wants to make sure if it's good or not. You know, he doesn't mind hitting a second serve now and play out the point at 30 love. He just wants to know if it's good, and if it is 40 love, he just wants to take it.
40 love.
Yes, right now he's punishing the Russian, really is, with a grin on his face.
Game, Djokovic. Djokovic needs 3 games to love. Second set by 1 set.
A one-sided affair. Djokovic a set and 3 love to the good.
Time.
So 9 love to Novak. Give us an idea of what it might feel like for Andrei Kuznetsov, Jaco Elting, to be on this massive stadium and you're struggling to win points.
You feel so tiny. I mean, it's...
Seats quickly, please. Thank you.
It's tough.
Any seat for now. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Just sitting down and you're thinking, and what can I do besides hitting aces, hitting lines? It's tough.
Love 3.
Fault. Love 15.
It's such a bittersweet moment because, again, you take up the sport in the hope that you're going to play these big matches against the best players in the world on the biggest of stages. But this is not what you imagine in your dreams, is it?
What you imagine in one of your nightmares.
Exactly.
But it's part of the process, Robbie. You have to go through all that to become a better player and to get a better base level. You have to experience this. You have to feel it. It makes you, if you're the right person, eager to train harder and to do better. And you never want that to happen again.
Yeah, well said.
15-13.
I think Kuznetsov is going to have to try and take some pace off the first, try to make him play, serve to the body, and then try to be as aggressive as possible on the first shot, especially if he gets his backhand.
Let first service.
His serve is just not big enough to go for the angles. Novak is just picking it every single time again.
Let first service.
Even on this one, you know, okay, it clipped the nets, but you see how much time Djokovic has to even move to that forehand.
Oh. 15-14.
It's just more of the same. Djokovic only made 6 unforced errors in this match so far. 2 more break points.
You'll be not happy with that last forehand. You see that look in his eyes there of Djokovic. He's in a zone. He's not playing unbelievable, but he's so focused and in balance and in sync at this moment on this court.
That's the change-up that you've been asking for the last 15, 20 minutes. He has to do something a little different. Nice to see. A little bit of a serve volley. That was kind of cut from the same cloth as Jacco Elting back in the day. Good technique.
His racket face dropped a little too fast in that volley, but still was a winner. What a rally.
Advantage Djokovic.
He stays on the baseline. He just plays like it's ping pong. Playing a serve volley is great in this case. You just won the point, but at the same time, maybe you put a second thought in the mind of your opponent, that he has to take that in consideration, that you might do that once in a while.
Fault.
Please, once again, doesn't follow up with another winning point after.
Deuce.
There we go.
No advantage. Kuznetsov. Kuznetsov is challenging the call on the left side. The ball was called out.
That would have been his game.
2 millimeters away from getting his first game.
And Juice Kuznetsov has one challenge remaining.
Predetermined play, knows exactly where he's hitting that shot, right over that centre strap. Nice big target, lowest part of the net. He's going to make that more often than not.
The advantage, Kuznetsov.
Robbie, what is he going to do if he wins this game?
He's Russian. I don't think we're going to see too much from him. That'll be my guess. Might be wrong.
No high fives. Like Kokonakis did after his first win.
Deuce.
I feel for him. I really feel for him. You have to win your service game now.
Advantage, Kuznetsov.
There you go. 2-0-2. An ace down the tee. His biggest serve.
And his first ace of this match.
Once again, the Sam Groth solution out of trouble.
I do like that phrase a lot.
Game, Kuznetsov.
There you go. That's Andrei Kuznetsov ecstatic.
Djokovic leads 3-1, second
One
time.
time, his fist up, and after that, a big smile. Yeah, he did it. He's on the scoreboard. And everybody, just like us, just feeling for him.
All day long. That is the approach shot. So often
15
we see
love.
players get burnt trying to hit that inside-in forehand. You can be so much more aggressive with the inside out. More court to work with.
Let.
Novak.
First service.
Didn't think there was a net serve, but the machine went off, so the umpire has to call it. It also seemed to me it was like a couple of inches above the net.
That's the dulcet tones of Alison Hughes in the umpire's chair.
Forty love.
You see that many times when Novak is up in the game at 30 love, he even pushes his second serve a bit more.
I like that.
I like that too.
Game, Djokovic.
Another Djokovic
Djokovic leads
special.
4-1, second set.
Leads by a set and 4-1. Those quick holds that you were talking about. Straight away, pressure's right back on Kuznetsov. He feels like he's serving all the time.
Just refreshing, putting on a clean shirt. Just trying to compare Djokovic to Kuznetsov is obviously a bit of a mismatch, but even being the #1 in the world,
Time.
Novak Djokovic decided that he needed something extra to keep on playing better and better, and added Boris Becker to his team, like we see many other players now do, and some former greats.
Seats quickly, please. Thank you.
Kuznetsov has been working with his dad for a long time, since 1997.
Any seat for now. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
His coach, and I think for this Russian player, this time in his career, it would also be very worthwhile working with a former player. Maybe a player like an Alexander Volkov, a former Russian great, to help him out a little.
So he's got a digit alongside his name. Trying to add a bit more respectability to that scoreboard. Down 1-4 here.
Love 15.
It's just fodder. You'll eat that up all day long.
Love 13.
Interesting point you make about the coaching arrangement between Kuznetsov and his dad. Of course, they've been together for a long time now. You're a parent, you know what it's like. Especially if you know a little bit about the sport. When do you let go? When do you give somebody else a turn? Especially when it's your own flesh and blood.
Sometimes it's tough to say, I can bring you up to here and now it's time for someone else. And you can still be around as a dad, but maybe, you know, for the last things you need as a player, you need someone else. As I see things happening now on the court, you know, if he would have had a different coach, maybe I'm saying it very harsh, but that maybe some certain things would have not have happened. You would have tried to mix it up already and do a few different things to mix it up, or he's making some inexperienced errors, and it's kind of strange to me.
Game, Djokovic.
Yeah, just
Djokovic needs 5 games to 1 second.
Resignation about his body language there. It was like, oh well, I'm not going to win the service game. Bring on the third set. Novak utterly dominant. He's been relentless here, single-minded. Got a chance to serve out the second set and put it on ice.
Look at the first serve percentage, 81%, 41% only for Kuznetsov. Added to a very low first serve percentage, yeah, in trouble.
$15 love.
Watch the pivot off the right leg. That's what anchors him. It also helps him get good rotation.
30 love.
Novak taking hardly any time between the points.
So dialed in, it's beyond the joke. Hasn't put a foot wrong. 50 minutes. Plenty of tennis eye candy. 3 set points.
Game, second set.
Thanks for coming. 2 sets to love. Djokovic leads. 6 love, 6-1.
We all know Kuznetsov is obviously not happy, but he's going to have to spend as much time on this court as possible. Even when you're down 6 love, 5-1, you cannot just walk from one side to the other, 15 love, 30 love, 40 love. You just should take your time, your 20 seconds, turn around, do something. And obviously he wants to sit down also as quickly as possible, maybe to get out of the sun and out of eyesight, maybe because he feels so tiny. But, you know, looking at these stats, once again, Djokovic doesn't do anything wrong. Maybe 7 unforced errors, quite a bit actually, you know, for a 6-1 set. But the first serve percentage of Kuznetsov is just not good enough.
Yeah, not able to dig dictate play enough. Even when he does, that's what happens. He did enjoy seeing a couple of serving volleys. He enjoyed getting his first game. It's a short-lived, wonderful shot selection. You can hear the thin contact he makes with the ball on that inside-out forehand.
You have to do anything you can just to interrupt
Time.
the normal rhythm of play. Once again, the king of consistency, the king of rhythm, that's the one you play. So the last thing you should do, in everything that's within your own range, within your own control, you have to do things to mess up the rhythm. You know, that's why, once again, coming back to that match, Karlovic has a chance of beating Djokovic in Doha. At the beginning of the season, Mr. Consistency still has to work his way out too, and he gets a lot of different things thrown at him.
Third set, here we go. Well, it has been a one-sided affair so far. Djokovic hasn't put a foot wrong. Andrei Kuznetsov, well, just hasn't had the firepower to hurt the world number one. It's been a tough day at the office, to say the very least.
Oh. 30 love. Out. 40 love. (40-15).
Once again, we speak about that matchup of the Djokovic backhand down the line to the weaker forehand wing of Kuznetsov. Always able to rush the Russian. There it is again.
40-30.
I do think, though, this set that might be a little easier for Kuznetsov to win some games. Djokovic already playing great, but I think he's going to try and add a few things here and there to maybe be ready for the next few rounds. He's going to take some more chances, but then you do have to convert if you're up 40 love. You do get these points in the beginning of the third set, and the Russian just doesn't do it. Djokovic is going to test himself even more, I think, in this third.
Advantage Kuznetsov. Game Kuznetsov.
Finally able to get the service under his belt and get us nose out in front in a set. 1-love, Kuznetsov leads. You can see the body language as well better.
A little better. Well, he's up. You know, he's up. He's up 1-0 against the number one in the world. Forget about the first two sets. Just right now, you're up 1-0.
Well, you've got to have selective memory as a sportsman, don't you?
You have to be naively positive. You know, just
forget about what's happened in the past and focus on the here and now. That's all that matters. You can't change what's happened, but you can affect what might happen in the future.
Love 15.
We're taking a page out of Djokovic's book there. It was a nice return. I love that return. Such a big fan of it.
Love 13.
It's the first one we've seen here from Novak, this double fault.
Yeah, I want to say it's the first time Kuznetsov might have won back-to-back points against Djokovic's serve. That's beautiful.
Love 14.
Well, there's nothing wrong with this approach shot. It's got plenty of depth. He's asking a tough question, isn't he? Deserves to break here. He's put himself in good position. Wow, that's a poor service game. A couple of double faults. But
Kuznetsov leads 2 games to love 13.
Kuznetsov coming up with the goods when he did have half a chance at love 30.
Strange how the score went in the beginning of this third set. It was 40 love to Kuznetsov. Then Djokovic came back with 3 good points to 40 all, and then he lost the point and he was really angry. We shouldn't translate what he said right there. And since then he has not won a point.
2 love.
Look
how well Djokovic has been returning. Second serves and first serve, so nice and deep in the back half of the court. Nice and central, not too many close to the lines. And he's missed very few returns in the match so far. No free points. Not many anyway for Kuznetsov.
Oh! 15 all.
He shouldn't start spraying like this. If he can hold right here and get to a 3-love lead, it will be an interesting set. You know, he can hopefully get some more confidence out of that and make a match out of it.
Love that improvisation there from Djokovic. Chipping that forehand. Of course, he goes to the weaker side of his opponent, so always thinking about where he needs to hit the shot.
Oh! Out. 15-14.
Forehand spray hit at 15 love to go back to 15-0. These are such a costly points. People always talk about break points being the most important points, but they're not. You know, many times already things happen early in the game.
Game, Djokovic.
Well, he's donated the breaker serve right back to world number 1. 2-1 Kuznetsov leads, back on serve.
New balls, please.
Of course, the great Jimmy Connors always said, every point matters in this sport, whether it's the first point or, as Yucca suggested, a break point. They all count the same.
Some count a little bit more than another, I would say. You have certain points within a match that can give you a slight momentum change, or you can keep the momentum. And these are points, you know, when you're on a roll, as Kuznetsov was in the beginning of this set, and then all of a sudden you kind of give it away by making such a huge error. You know, you don't miss by a little. You know, you miss it by like 60 to 70 centimeters, and it throws the wrong message to your opponent.
Rod Laver Arena has seen a couple of quick matches today. Novak Djokovic, so not hanging around here either, certainly not in the opening 2 sets. Was broken in the second game of this third set, but he's broken right back. 2 sets to the good, 1-2. Nice bite on it.
First
serve Djokovic makes in this third set. It's nice.
Loves that one, doesn't he? Slider down the tee on the ad side. That's his favourite.
Love. Game Djokovic. 2 games all third set.
So just that one blip on the radar. Being broken in the second game of the set. Good to go again. Of course, a loser in the second round will get 60,000 Aussie dollars, 45 ranking points. It's pretty good work if you can get it. If you were like Yucca Alting here, you'd be double dipping every week, singles and doubles. Now, do you remember speaking to your bank manager? I think it was around 1999, and he said at one stage your account was full.
Well, I think you're talking about somebody else. The account manager took it all. Oh, that's too bad. Finally comes to the net. And trying to
Love
volley away.
13.
Seems to me, if I'm correct, that he's limping a little bit, Kuznetsov. He twisted his ankle, I don't know. He walked funny now on his way back.
Love
The
14.
length on Djokovic's returns is just incredible.
You see, it's like he's not putting all the weight on one leg. You see, I don't know if it's me or
keep an eye on that.
Pretending things.
Had a tough first round win with Kuznetsov, beat Albert Ramos of Spain, 7-6 in the fourth. Would have taken a fair bit out of him. You never know if these guys have got any niggles that maybe surface a little later on in a match like today.
Game Djokovic.
Trying to hit so big now, you know, he's
Djokovic leads 3 games to 2.
Yeah, Djokovic back out in front, 3-2 with the break. There's plenty of wildlife here in Australia. Sometimes the seagulls come in, not too far away from the beach here. That always makes for good entertainment. Sometimes we in the media always like to say, oh, well, you know, it's always good when you get tested. Is it really? Or do you want to just go through the first week as quickly as you possibly can?
You can be tested also in an easy win. You can be tested. I think Djokovic just got tested being down 2-love in this third set and having to be edgy and sharp and good again in the next couple of games. And you see how quickly he turned that around. Now he's up a break again. You know, it's only 3-2. And that can be little tests that can be enough to keep on playing better and better throughout the tournament.
So 2 breaks for Djokovic in this set, 3rd and 5th game.
$15. $30.
Funny, Rob, you were just talking about the money and the points that these boys can make by winning. I think neither one of them is looking at the money. I think Kuznetsov is looking at the points, and I think Djokovic is looking at making history.
It's always an interesting discussion, So you were saying to me that Kuznetsov, if they said, listen, buddy, we're only going to give you 45 points, no prize money, are you okay with that?
I think he'll take it at this stage of his
career.
So? I think so, yes. To allow him to make more eventually.
Game Djokovic.
Djokovic just needs to get through this match to be able to win another
Djokovic
slam.
4 games to 2,
and
3rd set.
He's not looking at 45 points or 90 points. You know, he knows that if he plays at normal level, he will get these points anywhere, you know.
Exactly.
He just wants to have titles.
I was thinking more about the lower ranked player. You know what it's like when you're trying to make your way on tour. One of the biggest regrets I had was not hiring a coach when I first started making money on the tour. You know, you're trying to hang on to every dollar you make. It's so important to invest in yourself. But again, there's just lack of education.
It's kind of straight coming maybe out of my mouth, you know, as you say, let's go Dutch. You know, Dutch considered being cheap, but luckily that's what we did. As soon as we started making enough money to hire a full-time coach, and I can only say it's helped us a lot. And I think that's something Kuznetsov should do with the money he makes here. Try to get somebody next to his dad, maybe have a tag team helping him out, just like Fajda and Becker on Djokovic's side.
Just another set of eyes.
Let's. First service.
Just pouring it on now.
30,
more
15.
of the same. Pummeling Kuznetsov into submission.
40-30. Deuce. Let's first service.
Slovenia will take on either Go Soida of Japan or Fernando Vadesco. They're up a little later on show court 3, 4th match on there. Vadesco, the number 31 seed here in Australia.
Djokovic is challenging the ball on the right. The ball is busy.
He's got a piece of the line. Djokovic, 2 sets till up to the good. And 4-3 here in the third.
Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining. Time.
Boris Becker will be very happy with the way things have gone so far. This charge has only been on court now in 16 minutes. Not too far away from the W.
Thank you. $15 love.
Positioning after first serve doesn't change, it just keeps his ground. Takes time away from the opponent. And again, then he doesn't have to hit the ball too close to the lines.
He lands after his serve, probably like a meter inside the court, and he stays there and is really balanced. And as soon as your return is not deep enough, he'll continue moving forward. Hits that ball early. Because he hits the ball so early, you don't have time to cover the whole court.
$40 love.
You can't blame him, Kuznetsov. He's playing the game, go big or go home, but you know, there's no in between for him, I would say.
Out. Game Djokovic.
Well, I think we can pretty much turn out the lights because I've got a feeling at this party
Djokovic leads 5
pretty
games
much
to 4
over.
third sets.
Djokovic just a game away now.
I think this tournament is really important to Djokovic. Besides the fact, obviously, he wants to make history in winning his 5th title here and closing in on Roy Emerson. But he has reached the quarterfinal here last year. If he can do better than that, it will really secure his #1 position. He has something to gain here because he played so well at all the other events. As most tennis fans probably know, your points stay on for 12 months once you make it a tournament, and they will automatically come off. So at the end of this tournament, only quarterfinal points will come off from Novak, and if he does better, obviously that will add to his average.
30 love.
The scary thing is that he didn't play particularly well post-Wimbledon, lost early in both Canada and Cincinnati. So that #1 ranking could have been taken care of even long before the World Tour finals.
40 love.
That's why I think it's going to be tough to topple him off his perch.
Game.
Djokovic
leads 5 games to 4 third sets of retro sets.
It will be Djokovic to serve for the match. I guess it's more of the same as far as the top seeds are concerned, mind you. Dol did struggle yesterday evening. So Novak certainly, I would say, the same as what we saw in the opening round. Utterly dominant. We saw him take care of Bedene. Houses for perfect technique. Racket face square when he makes contact with the ball. Head nice and still. Beautiful balance. Wonderful shoulder turn. The dynamic balance comes from wonderful strong core.
Time.
After around 21 minutes. The world #1, 4-time champion here. Going to serve his way into the 3rd round. So far it's been a clinical performance from him. Just put the icing on the cake here.
Little hiccup in the beginning of the 3rd.
Love 15.
Just a little test as we've been talking about during this match. Yes, you can be tested in the easy match. See if you can serve it out, you know, if you can be clean. First serve percentage in this set, only 47% now for Novak.
Oh, it's outrageous.
$15 all.
That shot right there changes the whole dynamic of the point. Great liquid whip of a forehand.
13-15.
Go to the net so he can make sure that the ball stays above the tape. He can play it down.
Right on the apex of the bounce.
(40-15).
Serve placed with the geometric precision. And as a result thereof, he's rewarded with 2 match points.
Oh! 14-13.
That'll do it. From him, just an hour, 24 minutes to take care of Andrei Kuznetsov. He does it 6-love, 6-1, 6-4.
Top seed is through.
He started off well. As I just mentioned, little hiccup beginning of the third. But all in all, a great performance. A hot day like today. Not wasting energy. Within an hour and a half, back in the locker room.
Mark Sanderson.
I would consider it would be 8.
And we're going to bring another match into.
It's always good
arena. It will be a men's doubles match.
Beginning at an 8th grade.
So stick around, you can hear what
Everyone's happy.
and then we'll present a terrific men's
It's a
doubles
huge
feature
learning
of two
experience.
Australians in the field.
Well, Kuznetsov did well to come through the opening round, had a good win there. Always going to be difficult taking on Djokovic on this court. It's court
And
where
that
he's
match will be from Showcourt 2.
had incredible amount of success. The feel-good factor is nice and high. And today we saw clear evidence of that. I like the aggressive mindset that he came out with today, Jaco.
Yeah, I think that was key to this match, and he really gave no feel for Kuznetsov to maybe have any chance, and he did very well.
Yeah, served okay. He was affected behind the first serve, but I thought the ground strokes were nice and aggressive. The shots down the line, in particular, were working well. I think it's going to have a quick chat now with Jim Courier. So let's give Jim the microphone and hear what Novak's got to say.
Well, Novak, it's a hot day. You came into the tournament a little bit under the weather, but you sure look good out there today. How was today's match versus your first round? How are you feeling?
Well, much better. I was wishing 2 days ago, after I was done with my first round, to have the performance like this today. Especially in the opening 2 sets, everything went as I planned and as I wished, and hopefully I can stay on this path.
And how about your opponent? Andre came out, you were all over him the first 2 sets. He put up some resistance there in that last set.
Yes, he did. I mean, he's a very talented player, still young. He's a generation of my younger brother. My younger brother knows him, and so I spoke to my younger brother because I haven't seen Andre play a lot, and he's one of the up-and-coming future stars, and I wish him all the best.
Well, I've been following you on your social media, on your Twitter. I also follow your coach, Boris Becker, on Twitter. Do you do all the Twitter stuff yourself? Is it you or is it someone else doing it?
Well, I'm doing most of the times, and sometimes when I'm not able, somebody else, but mostly me. It's fun, you get to enjoy some other things other than hitting a yellow tennis ball, and updating people who follow you on some everyday activities, adventures, experiences. So Boris is much more active, I have to say. I still have to learn from him on the activities on Twitter.
Could you maybe tell him to lay off the hashtags? I think Boris is a little hashtag heavy. Maybe just kind of you can coach him a little bit. I like your feed a little more than his.
Really? Well, thank you very much. It's because I'm here and he's there, obviously.
Well, you're going to be out here in a couple of days as well. It's great seeing you. Well done. Novak Djokovic through once again.
Thank you, Jim Korea. Well done to Novak. So, folks, not before 4 o'clock, so plenty of time to stretch your legs, rehydrate, and enjoy this. Men's doubles will be coming up. 2 Australians, James Duckworth and Nick Saddles.
Hashtag
Boris Becker. And Max Manning from Belarus. Those players joining us here on Bravo Arena at 4 o'clock.
Steely determination. So single-minded in his pursuit of excellence. And we saw an excellent performance from him today. So the world number 1 moves safely through to the 3rd round. It's been a good couple of days for him here in Australia. It's been a happy hunting ground for him. Hashtag Boris Becker will be delighted with his charges performance. So from Jacke Alting and myself, Rob Koenig, thanks for the company.
folks, it won't be long, and Feliciano, Max, and James and Luke will be walking the Walk of Champions to join us here for our bonus match on the Laver Arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, in double section now on Laver Arena. From Spain, please welcome Feliciano Lopez and from Belarus, Max Fernie. Their opponents from Australia, James Duckworth and Luke Saville.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man in the chair for this men's subs academy following the Australian Open Championship from the United States is Mr. Jake Garner.
All right, guys, we have electronic review on court, so please make sure you make your challenges in a clear and timely manner. Are there any questions? Any questions? Would you like to call it?
Heads.
Heads? It's tails? Serve? 3 minutes. Two minutes. One minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this first round match is the best of 3 tiebreak sets. Lopez Smirny won the toss and chose to serve. Time. Thanks, my boy. Can you get the trash, please? First set, split best of 7. Ready. Play. 15 off. $30. $30-15. $30. $30-40. Again, Duckworth, 7. First game. Duckworth to serve. That first serve. $15. $30. $30-15. 30 over. Forty 30. Deuce. Advantage, Duckworth. Again, Duckworth, 7. Duckworth, 7 lead 2 games to 1. Near need to serve. Fits enough. $30. $30-15. $40-15. Again, Lopez, Muni. Duckworth, Saville lead 2 games to 1. Time. Seats quickly, please. Thank you. Several to serve. Love the team. It's an over. $30-15. $30 over. $30-40. Deuce. Advantage 7. Yeah, Duckworth, 7. Duckworth, 7, lead 3-1. $15. $30. 40 love. Again, Lopez, Smirny. Duckworth, Saville lead 3-2.
We are all made of something. People, places, passions, of shapes and who we are. The biggest fight I had in my life was actually the fight within. Not that job much. Birth from Serbia, shaped by life, inspired by dreams, made by determination. Changed crumble, made true.
Yeah, it's fine.
Time. Fits in. Left. 40 left.
Up.
40-15. Again, Duckworth, Saville. Duckworth, Saville lead 4-2.
Up.
15. $15. 30-15. Thirty over. Forty, 30. Yeah, Lopez. New ball space. Duckworth, Saville lead 4 games to 3. Time. It's in. Fifteen over. Fifteen 30. Fifteen 40. Again, Lopez, Munich. 4 games on. 15 love. Thirty love. Thirty 15. Thirty. Forty 30. Deuce. Advantage Lopez. Game, Lopez, Muni. Lopez Muni lead 5 games to 4. Time. Buffer 2. Lopez and Muni challenge and call on the right baseline. What was called in? I didn't get a good look at that one. I'm not sure. 15 all. Lopez Mirny have 2 challenges remaining. Thirty 15. Thirty all. Forty 30. Deuce. Advantage Duckworth. Again, Duckworth, 7. 5 games off. Fifteen left. Thirty left. 30-15. Next first. $40-15. $40-30. Again, Lopez, Munich. Lopez, Munich lead 6 games to 5. Time. That's good, thanks. Love 15. Match first. Love 30. 12:40. $15.40. $38.40. Deuce. Advantage 7. Lopez made a challenge on the ball, and then serve, the ball was covered. I think it's the one. Yeah, I think it's that one. Yeah. Second serve. Again. Left goal, 7. Six games all for sets. Both teams receive one additional challenge. Net first serve. One zero, Lopez. One all. That second serve. 2-1, Lopez, Munich. Oh! 3-1, Lopez, Munich. Four one, Lopez. Five one, Lopez. Six one, Lopez. Box. Game and for set, Lopez. Seven games to six. Second set, Duckworth to serve. Left first serve. Left. 40 left. Yeah, that's right. First game, second set. What the team? Fifteen. Fifteen. 30 all. $40-30. Damn, Lopez, Smirny. One game on. About 15. $15 over. $30-15. $40-15. Yeah. Duckworth, Several. New balls, please. Duckworth, Several, 2 games to 1. Time. Top 15. Fifteen. 15-30. Forty 30. Juice. Advantage, Lopez. Again, Lopez, Mirny. 2 Gensel. Enough. $30. $40 left. Again, Duckworth, 7. Duckworth, 7, lead 3 games to 2. Time. 15 left. Thirty left. Guys, it's the one that's well in. $40 left. Good. Lopez. Mirny. 3 games off. Go 15. $15 all. $15.30. $30 over. 40-30. That's first serve. Duckworth Saville lead 4 games to 3.
Experience a life more magical at the Australian Open tennis. Cool off the Elsie's frozen ice rink. Race into Radio Springs with Rain McQueen and climb aboard Jake's pirate ship. Get lost in Tinkerbell's interactive maze and both visits with Bay Nights from Big Hero 6. Get closer to the magic of Disney. Friday, 30th of January into Sunday, the 1st of February at Isis Arena in Melbourne. Ground passes on sale now.
Time. That's 15. Thirty 15. Forty 15. Lopez, Mooney. 4 cancel. 15. Replay, please.
Oh!
15. Thirty 15. Forty 30. Yeah. Doctor, 7. Doctor, 7 with 5 games.
Am I? No, sorry. Go on, water, please.
Time. Fifteen. 30. 40. Lopez. 5 games in. Lopez 2. Continue. 30-15. With several lead 6 games to 5. Sorry. Okay. Time. Love 15. All. 15-30. All. 40-30. Yeah, Lopez, Mooney. 6 games all, second set tiebreak. Both teams receive 1 additional challenge. One all. Two, one. Duckworth, South. Two all. 3-2, Duckworth, 7. Real. 4-3, Lopez, Smyrna. Four. 5-4, Duckworth, 7. 5-4. 6-5, Duckworth, 7. 7 games to 6. 1-7. Time. Final set, Lopez. Lopez. 15. Oh. 30-15. Forty, 30. Deuce. Advantage, Lopez. Yeah, Lopez, Mirny. First game, final set, new balls, please. 15 love. Thirty. 30-15. 30 all. 30-40. Lopez Mooney leads 2 games to love. It's in. Thirty. Bye-bye. Thank you. Up. 40. 40-15. 'Got first serve. Game. Lopez Mooney. Lopez Mooney leads 3 games to 1. Time. 15. Thirty 15. Over. Thanks, Bubba. Can you get that plastic there, please? Forty 30. Again, duck rope, south. Lopez Mooney leads 3 games to 1. 15 love. Fault. 30. $40. Yeah, Lopez. Lopez nearly lead 4 games to 1. Time. $15. $30. $30-15. $40-15. $40. Juice. Advantage, duck, duck. Yeah, duck, duck, south. Lopez Bernie leads 4 games to 2. Not the team. Thirty 50. Forty 50. Got first serve. Yeah, Lopez. Lopez Merny lead 5 games to 2. Time. 30 dollars. $30.50. $30. $30.40. Again, set match. Look at this. 6 sets to 1. 7, 6, 6, 7, 6, 2.
Well, to Luciano Lopez and Max Nunny through to the next round of the Men's Doubles Championship here at the Australian Open. Round of applause for Luke Saville and James Duckworth as well as we will see a lot more of them on the World Doubles stage, I'm sure, throughout the year. So, second place our program. Hope you enjoyed our bonus match here on Laver Arena. We've got a big crowd waiting to come in tonight for Leighton Hewitt and Benjamin Becker, and of course Sam Stosur in action tonight as well. So if we could ask you to vacate the stadium in an orderly manner, if you would be so kind as to take any rubbish with you and deposit it in the bins outside, that would be greatly appreciated. I hope you've enjoyed your day here. I hope to see you back as the championship continues.
Folks, a very good evening on this Thursday night, and welcome to Laver Arena, the first Thursday of the Australian Open Tennis Championship, brought to you by Kia, along with Jacobs Creek, ANZ and Rolex. Big day here on centre court. We saw Agnieszka Radwanska advancing straight sets over Johanna Larsson of Sweden. Serena Williams given a bit of a scare in the first set, but she was the eventual winner over Vera Usmanova. And then our top seed of world number one, Novak Djokovic, in convincing fashion over Andrei Kuznetsov of Russia. Very shortly, in about 5 minutes' time, we open our program tonight with men's singles action. Benjamin Becker of Germany against Leighton Hewitt of Australia. And following that match, we continue the action with women's singles action, and it's Coco Vandeweghe of the United States versus the 20th seed here in Melbourne in 2015, Samantha Stosur of Australia. So 2 great matches sent down for decision here on this Thursday night. And those who just entered the arena will notice we've had a slight cool change has come through Melbourne, and some much more pleasant temperatures to enjoy an outstanding night of tennis on this Thursday night of the Australian Open Championship. Players will be here in a few moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's men's singles action on Laver Arena on this Thursday night. From Germany, we welcome Benjamin Becker.
Becker by name, but not related to the great Boris Becker.
This man from
Becker.
Australia.
He's been around the traps for a long time with a ton of experience, and we'll need it against this man. The ball goes up to the Rod Laver Arena crowd for Australia's Leighton Hewitt. Crowd a little bit sparse at this early stage of the evening, but they'll come pouring in here in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so, and by the time we get to match start, they'll have built up and they'll be in good voice in support of the local hero, Leighton Hewitt. Benjamin Becker and Hewitt, both the same age actually, so both into the veteran category at 33 years of age. They're coached by the former tour player, Andrei Pavel. Tops of the tall buildings in Melbourne. Cloud at the most. Been another warm and quite humid day in Melbourne. There's a cooler change. It's swept across the city just past half hour, 45 minutes. It's brought the temperatures down considerably. No sign of any rain at this point. The roof of the stadium open, and usually will remain so unless there is rain, but no sign of it at the moment. But a considerably cooler breeze coming in now. Much to everybody's delight. Not that the conditions earlier in the day were too innovating. It's been reasonably comfortable through all the first 4 days of the championship. The warrior it's been for Australia in tournament play around the world, and of course in Laver's Cup. Grand Slam champion on 2 occasions. US Open and Wimbledon.
Alright guys, usual match conditions. Just a couple of reminders. Net machine, Hawkeye, so if you want to challenge, please do it in a clear and immediate manner, and time between points. Any questions before we start? Would you like to choose, heads or tails?
Heads.
Heads. That is heads.
Receive.
Receive. Say.
Becker wins the toss, elects to receive, but the umpire is Eva Azdaraki. I know she's got a hyphen in the name now. Eva Azdaraki Moore from Greece.
Last year on the ATP World Tour, Benjamin Becker was a finalist in the Netherlands. A semi-finalist in Atlanta and in Tokyo
on screen, and as I said, an Ironman
a quarter-finalist in Vienna, and also
for Australia over the last couple of years, 15, 17 years. In fact, I called his first ever match here at the Australian Open Championship.
From Germany, Benjamin Becker.
1996 and he's been a fixture here all through that time. But Becker, as I said, same age, 33, metre 78, right-handed, 2-handed backhand, 3-time ATP Tour finalist.
He won the Wimbledon Championship.
He's won the grass court title. Still a second appearance in the Naples. That was in 2009. Returned there again.
Ladies and gentlemen,
runner-up last year. Also been a
let's welcome Leighton Hewitt.
Semi-finals in Atlanta and Tokyo last year, as well as quarter-finals Colorado, Vienna,
and in the chair for this men's singles encounter,
career high ranking, 35 in the world. He's the #2 German player behind Philip Kohlschreiber. His Grand Slam results are pretty thin though. 28 previous Grand Slam efforts, 7 times here. He's never ever past the second round. Leighton Hewitt, Grand Slam winner, as we've said, US Open 2001, Wimbledon 2002, runner-up here to Marat Safin in 2005. 30 career singles titles to his name, 2 of them last season in Brisbane and at Newport, Rhode Island. Mainstay of the Davis Cup team for Australia, winning on 2 occasions over the last, whatever number of years that is, 12, 15 years. Been in 3 finals for Australia, victories over France and Spain. One tough hombre, been taken apart and put back together again, surgically speaking, with foot, ankle, hip injuries over the last 5 or 6 years of his career. This is his 19th consecutive appearance at the Australian Open. In fact, he and Roger Federer, I think, are equal second on the number of most appearances behind Fabrice Santoro. That's in all Grand Slams I'm talking about. Hewitt, the record holder here, 19 consecutive. But on the previous 18 occasions, he has lost in the first round twice. So he's here in the second round and aims to keep it going in this advanced stage of his career. Mark Woodford joining me courtside for this match, and you'd know his game
2 minutes.
Well, I've been at the receiving end, you know, a number of times against Leighton Hewitt. I've practiced with him when he was, I guess, starting out in his the early stages of his career, and safe to say that it is in the twilight of his career. It's been many occasions that he has carried the hopes of Australian tennis here at the Australian Open. Has been dealt with some difficult draws over time, hasn't he? Losing first round last year to Andreas Seppi, which probably is more of a tangible match for him, but just the matchups of the games, the styles, certainly was a very difficult proposition for Rusty, as we commonly know him. Benjamin Becker there in the picture. He is riding high at the moment with confidence.
1 minute.
At a healthy number in the rankings, but as you say, Gary, in that intro, really has come up short in Grand Slam play.
Yeah, has never produced the results, never passed the second round. All of those 28 previous appearances, so roughly 7 times each at the 4 slams.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be the best of 5
Now I can
sets.
imagine that happening.
First set set break, final set advantage.
Perhaps at the French Open without
Benjamin Becker won the toss.
Even though he is German,
And the left
he went to
to
college
receive.
in the US, but his game is more tailored towards the faster hard courts and certainly grass. Yet, you know, he's really come on consecutive losses at the rest of the slams as well. So it's an odd one. He's got a big serve.
Time.
Benny Becker took out Andre Agassi in his last slam at the US Open. So it was interesting to see A. Agassi versus B. Becker. It was Benjamin Becker that ended the hopes of the American that year. But he's in some good form and well coached by Andre Pavel as well. This will certainly be interesting to start for me, Gary, because we saw the other night Leighton was very, very nervous, tight at the beginning of the match against a way inexperienced player. Benjamin Becker, well, if he's up to it and we can get off to a good start, it's going to make a very difficult evening for Leighton.
They played twice. He was won on both occasions. Some time ago now, though, 2009 in Cincinnati, hard court there. He went 3-3, and then on grass in Germany in 2010 semi-finals. He was the winner in a tight match of 6-7, 7-6, 6-2. Australian fans in good voice in support of Hewitt as the match gets
First
on.
set. Leighton 2-2. Play. 15 love. Third love.
Well, so far, so good. With the excuse me, with the ball toss of Leighton, he's been able to synchronise it early on.
Not much on the second serve, but it was very well placed and kicked up.
He might have some breathing space tonight, Wilco, when he does miss his first serve, Leighton. I'm not sure if Benjamin Becker, his game plan is about going out after a second serve. commentator's curse right there, isn't it? That one
14
just
seconds.
cutting into the body. And Becker doing a great job of just waiting for it to come into the pocket. Clean winner.
Finish off the point and hold serve in the opening game.
First game.
Well, we'll see somewhat bigger serve from Becker than we see from Hewitt. Edge has gone off for Hewitt's serve. I think it was never the biggest serve in the business. It's not as big as it used to be, but he's pretty clever, got all the experience in the world, and placement is everything.
Benjamin Becker.
Disco dancing there in the Australian cheer squad.
Lovely.
Cut short to try from a metre or two behind the baseline.
When he gets attacked, someone starts out aggressive against Becker, he does drift back deep behind the court. He tries to use his movement as a weapon to defend.
He's opened up with 3 serves over 200 kilometres per hour. Romania's Marius Kopel was knocking them in at 242 kilometres per hour. Margaret Court Arena today, although he lost that match against Stan Wawrinka. That's the biggest serving in the tournament thus far.
Not just once, it was several times.
13, 14.
Covering that match earlier today. It was like a gunshot that reverberated around Margaret Court Arena.
Gee, Hewitt's come out strong the ball beautifully and gets the early service break to lead 2-0.
Hewitt leads 2 games to love. First set.
Not exactly a position that Becker would be entertaining to use through the course of this match. If he's just going to stay on the baseline and try and wait for Hewitt to miss, I think
he'll be waiting a long time.
He'll be waiting a long time. The reaction from the Hewitt camp.
Love 15.
Rare miss here from Hewitt.
So maybe Becker might be just using the first 10-15 minutes to at least get his teeth into this match and find a comfort zone. Pretty content at this stage to just rally. No real hip movement, rotation, and the forehand. Those meant to met the ball front on.
Oh! 14-15.
Hewitt progresses the ball. Hold serve and leads by 3 games to love.
Hewitt leads 3 games to love. First set.
Well, an incredible start for Hewitt. Contrast to the other night. That was his opponent, the Cheng Zi, was playing the underdog role. Hewitt really had to pull out all stops, had to survive, but almost Wilco, I think he called them the yips, really, with the
Take your seats with you,
ball
please.
tosses.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
But tonight, he's come out
Time.
with purpose and focus, and it's been the opponent, Benjamin Becker, that's been just off nervy, making the errors.
Hewitt defeating the Chinese player Chang first round, whilst Benjamin Becker won through in an upset over seeded player, defeated Julian Benito in 4 sets. Becker waiting for people behind Hewitt to take their seats. Now we're right.
Love nothing.
fast. Let off for Becker.
15-all. $13-15.
Because he was beginning to hit the target on his ground strokes. He was just sick of it coming back at him from Hewitt. Looking to shorten up the point with a shot that was always going to be difficult.
It looked like even if that had made it over the net, I think it was going to drift wide. So the serve sets up nicely for Becker if he can find a high percentage of first deliveries tonight. Certainly help him out.
Preparation, Hewitt. Just a delight to watch.
Well, this is an incredible start. Confidence building for Hewitt. This is exactly the game plan that really he'd be enjoying at the moment.
He's beginning to find the range, though, isn't he, with his ground strokes now?
Yes, it certainly sounds like he's trying to give it a bit more speed through the ground plate.
Game Becker.
He's on the board.
Hewitt leads 3-1 for set.
He's vastly improved play off the ground. But still down a break.
$15.
It's a side of the German. The Becker forehand certainly can litter be making some incredible winners, but it's also the side that will break down.
Hasn't been able to get onto Hewitt's second serve yet. Here's another chance. And that was better.
30-15. Mr. Hewitt is going to the ball on the left baseline.
Acknowledges it's good.
The ball is called in.
Oh no, he's challenging.
He is. He was very quick. He remained on that baseline after the serve and was able to track it.
And didn't track it well enough.
30 all. Mr. Hewitt has 2 challenges remaining.
Footing. Becker is just pushed off in pursuit of that ball.
40-30.
With a break in hand.
Hewitt leads 4-1. First set.
Well, Leighton Hewitt is a very adaptable player. He can change his game to suit the circumstances and to suit the opponent. There's the Aussie camp there. Tony Roach, bottom left of screen, coaching Hewitt. Jamie Crabb next to him. Peter Luchak, third along in front.
And Damien Martin, the fourth man in the front row there, the physical trainer that's been preparing Hewitt over the last number of seasons. And speaking about the general fitness.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Take a seat quickly, please.
Coming to this summer.
Time.
Spider Cam to provide some unusual and terrific tracking shots around Rod Laver Arena. Oh, great hustling by Becker.
Love.
And Gary, I think that's really the type of play that Becker, it's necessary for him to finish a good portion of points up at net. Try and push Hewitt out to end range. He just tries to stay out there and hope that Hewitt ends up missing. I just, you know, I think it's going to be a a difficult proposition for him. There's the camp behind Benjamin Becker. The German Davis Cup coach sitting in the front row is Carsten Arias. And I'm not sure whether I saw Andre Pavel sitting there in the German's box. He might not have made the trip out here this year.
Game Becker. Here it leads. 4 games to 2, first set. Let process. Love.
That's a boost. Firing down, ace down the tee for Hewitt. A lot of scrambling in this particular rally for Benjamin Becker. At lob. Too good. Has to be an amazing lob to get over the head of Hewitt.
$30-15. Left for service. Replay point.
So the linesman probably following the arc of the ball as it landed, let out a half of a signal or a call.
Mark, I
14-15.
Benjamin Becker an injustice, because I just checked back again. He got to the 4th round of the US Open at only his 2nd ever Grand Slam appearance in 2006. Got into the main draw as a qualifier, got to the 4th round, lost to Andy Roddick. But that's the only time he's been past the 2nd round in 27 other occasions. Success. So Hewitt leads by 5 games to 2.
New balls, please. Hewitt leads 5 games to 2. First set.
I've seen Benjamin Becker a number of times over the last couple of years. When I was working with Matosevic, he would hit with Benjamin, and I have a fair sense of the way that he can play. And just as you're alluding to about his results at Grand Slam play, like at the moment, I don't think he's really aware or sure of what he should be doing out here to win. In various practice sessions, matches that I've had to watch him play in over a 3-set encounter, there seems to be some idea whether he comes out of the blocks.
Say it quickly, please. Thank you, ladies and
I just
gentlemen.
don't see any real pattern here. There's
Time.
he's pushing the ball around. You said that the backhand chip, he just guided it, and look, he could be very nervous out here, but I think there is a real reason why he has not won matches at Grand Slam play, given what we've seen in this 28 minutes of play.
Intimidated by big crowds.
Perhaps so. Perhaps it's just the big stadium.
Anyway, serving to stay in the set here. The first set, new balls.
Out of respect for Hewitt, given his personality, his aura that he brings to the court. Perhaps it's just so overpowering for Benny Becker at this stage. Another strong point from Hewitt. He's seeing it well, isn't he? That just flew out the racket. Another one.
Oh, that's unbelievable. On the line.
Love 40.
Casual as you like. Well, it wasn't casual, but that's how it appeared. 3 set points. Serve in that set. Becker seemed to have found a degree of confidence in the ground strokes and hit out freely, strung some points together. He's not really had a look in. Hewitt, as I said before, caressing the ball with wonderful timing.
Playing with great command is Hewitt at this stage.
Only 50% of first serves in for Hewitt, 68% for Becker, but they're not doing Becker much good. And the unforced errors overwhelming as far as Becker is concerned. Only 5 for Hewitt.
So he's been able to diffuse the weapon of Benjamin Becker, which is the first serve. That's a healthy number for Becker to land of first serves. So Hewitt's been able to make consistent returns whilst not even serving at his usual level of first serves. There are times Hewitt will throw in matches where he can get by with 55% of first serves, but he's down at 50%, and he's just in total command in this set.
The other telling factor is that Becker's not really reading Hewitt's second serve. Doesn't always have a lot on it. purposefully placed.
It's repeating just kind of into the body, and Becker there's such a limited movement.
Ace called. Becker doesn't challenge.
15.
First service ace at 146 kilometres per hour. That's patty cake stuff, but it works.
Thursday Laver.
Just lifted his head.
30-15.
Long. But a real danger for Becker here is now, of course, that Hewitt will continue to play with increasing confidence. And a confident Hewitt is a dangerous man indeed.
Backed by the crowd as well.
Australian cheer squad, and I'm not talking about the whole crowd.
14,
I'm talking
15.
about the dedicated Australian fanatics cheer squad. Been reasonably reserved up to this point in the match.
They haven't had to stand up too often, have they?
Opening game of the second set to Hewitt.
First game, second set.
This is certainly one of the better starts to a match that of Blake Hewitt that I've seen in a long while. Very polished. There's a big return from Benjamin Becker there, and Hewitt sighting the ball early enough. He just hunkers down. Preparation and wrong foots the German, who is heading into the backhand side.
Now they're getting worked up. The contrary thing about the fanatics cheer squad is that they really like to see Hewitt in a dogfight. That brings out the best, if that's the right word, of the cheer squad. They really like to get into a fight. Or they like Hewitt to get into a fight.
Love team.
Shot ahead of Becker all the way.
Movement has been smooth for Hewitt as well. Getting back up into the home base, taking care of that final forehand.
Beaten that time, Becker, but he's going to have to do that sort of thing to put Hewitt off stride.
Take a few bruises for the moment.
And serve like that.
15-30.
Hewitt,
15-14.
and his team, Wilco, have done their homework on Benjamin Becker when he moves laterally out to the forehand. Becker gets a little too front on, uses his arm, and the error from the forehand produces a couple of break points.
Serve and leads by 2 games to love. Second set by 1 set to love.
Hewitt leads 2 games to love. Second set.
Now there's just not enough weight of shot. Look at Hewitt on the full stretch there at end range, and the point continues. Becker just letting him off the hook. It's not heavy enough in the rally to really bother Hewitt at this stage.
And Hewitt's happy to stay back and do that all day because...
Oh, yes, that's heaven for him.
Love 15.
Well, Becker does an incredible job here, just remaining in the point for 2 or 3 extra volleys. In the end, he's caught way out of position. Hewitt, little apology. Not a lot of action there in that camp, is there? Carsten Ahrens is sitting in the front row, the hat on backwards, and Andre Pavel isn't there. So perhaps just doing some coaching remotely. I think he needs to sit down on the change of ends and pull out that phone. Make a quick SOS to the coach. Andre Pavel is based in Germany, formerly of Romania.
Let's be fair to Becker. He's working hard to try and create some chances, but Hewitt's just snuffing them out.
That's it. Extinguishing them very fast.
And he's such a good player. And ends up holding serve and leads a set and 3 love.
Hewitt leads 3 games to love, second set, and by 1 set to love.
When he seems to be down and out, Hewitt on a point, that's when he's most dangerous.
Well, I've covered the tennis for a number of years now, Wilco, like yourself, and I've seen Rafael Nadal in evolve into this fantastic champion. And there's a word that we've coined, that we use for him consistently, which is he's relentless. And I think that's certainly a term that is relevant for Leighton Hewitt. Even now, tonight, what he's showing us, he is just relentless. There's no give in this man at all.
Say it quickly, please. Thank you.
Even taking on the Nadal positioning of the water bottles on the chairs, and the camp there of Hewitt. They must be thrilled. Certainly the front row, because they're the backbone of the Hewitt team. Been working with Leighton over the last number of seasons, trying to extend his career further and further. The support team in the next 3 rows, big smiles on their faces.
Well, on and off. Tony Roach has been there for...
Thank you, ladies and
most of
gentlemen.
the
The
last
players are
15
ready to
years.
take a seat quickly, please. Love
Toby now from Benjamin Becker.
Well, it's time. You know, a set 3 love. It is a green light to try and change the game.
Love 13.
One of my first coaches that I had, Ray Ruffles, he would always just promote, when you come out in some of these bigger matches, play your A game. You can always, if you make a few errors, you can just tone it down, pull back a little bit. But it's very difficult to come out and think you're going to play with your C or B game and hope that in 30 minutes, when you're coming to the most crucial end of the set, that
it'll suddenly get better.
Yeah, you can elevate it. It doesn't work like that. That's a bit more of what I would have expected from Benny Becker.
30 all.
The forehand, he can stand in the ad court and just fire off these off forehands. His movement is generally pretty swift as well. He finds his way to net. And he can do that. But it's just not happening often enough for him
40,
at this juncture. Intuitively, it backs with knowledge of how Becker plays. At end range, he drops the racket, can't play a two-hander. It's only a defensive chip back, and in comes Hewitt.
that instinct, intuition, whichever you like to call it.
I found that
both
too.
mean the same thing. Part of what goes to make up all of the great champions, all the talent in the world. In striking the ball doesn't do much good if the brain is not wired.
The length of shot tonight as well is immaculate. See him dancing around, sends that one up, gets the shorter ball, moves up, and it's the depth that beats Becker.
And also takes away from Becker one of the dimensions of his game by keeping it that deep. He'd be of fierce demeanour, Leighton Hewitt. You know, he wouldn't want to get caught stealing the hubcaps off his car.
By the way, does it say 33 years of age? It's like a sprightly 23-year-old out there tonight.
Well, he's worked hard at it. Taking great pride in his physical fitness and his abilities, court movement.
15
and it really has grated on him that he's had so many injuries, hips and knees and feet, that have held his career back over the last 4 or 5 years.
For service.
He's back to pretty much peak fitness of previous era.
Ha! 15-13.
On the last 6 games straight, Hewitt. That entails 3 breaks of serve, 1 to close out the first set and 2 so far in this set. Given ample credit to his service placement, but how is it after a set and a half that his second serve comes in at 121 kilometres per hour and Becker still can't manufacture something better out of it than just getting it back in play?
Stunning, isn't it? And it's not like that he wouldn't have seen Hewitt play over the last season, 2 seasons.
Hewitt too consistent. 5 games to love in this second set.
Hewitt leads 5 games to love, second set.
Disconsolate Becker walks to the chair, slumps down as it was tempted to slam the racket again. Hewitt was all business.
Well, you can see just through his routine, the camera's gone off. There's the grip, return grip for Hewitt. The pose that he takes. Very much routine-like for Hewitt. Likes to have the shirts placed in the bag, knows which one to be wearing next, the same as the rackets in the tennis bag that sit at the side of the court. You can see he's just picked it up. You know, he and Rafa are actually, you know, pretty good mates. See if the camera stays on long enough to placing it down. Sweat hands at the side, he's got his hat. All very methodical. If it's good enough for Rafa, Rusty's going to take it.
Mind you, I don't know that he's really doing it as a copycat, because I think that routine's developed with Hewitt over a long period of time.
It's just like the ticks when he's back there ready to serve. You know, I know when Rafa arrived, you know, a lot of people were just touching everything, but Hewitt's always done that, hasn't he?
That's right. Method is everything. It helps to keep you focused and keep you in control.
Telling stat there, unforced errors 30 for Becker, only 9 for the Australian.
15 love.
No argument. Hewitt walks, wide swinging serve, just finding the line at 175 kilometres per hour.
Third love.
Kilometres per hour ace.
40 love.
Well, he's on the board in the second set, trailing by 2 breaks though, 5-1 for Hewitt. Something the third service game is held in the match. And that, with the first serve percentage that he's got and half a dozen aces, 5 aces, just underscores the great returns that are coming from Leighton Hewitt. First up.
Laver 15.
Way of start to Becker here. Hewitt as he goes to serve for the match, for the set rather.
toughness there.
Easy as 1, 2, 3.
Yep. Becker thundering it down the middle of the court, hoping to catch Hewitt. The actions are swift tonight, is Hewitt. Another one.
Just finding the tape, unfortunate for him.
15, 13.
Neither player finding any opportunity to break up the rhythm there and come in. Not a short ball in that long exchange.
Well, construction of the point from Becker. Tried to outmaneuver Hewitt, and he saw the opening quickly. Tried to whip the forehand up the line, barely missing.
Hewitt's second serve that Becker's just unable to get onto.
14,
6 kilometres per hour. Set point.
Legless for service. Second serve
set in exactly 30 minutes. Same time it took for the first. 6-2, 6-1 Hewitt.
By 6 games to 1. Hewitt leads by 2 sets.
Well, this is a surgical display from Hewitt.
Well, he's carving. The scalpel is out, and he's going to the jugular of Becker. Once again, the first serve percentage of Becker is a good number, 67%, but you've got to be able to
utilise
it. And Hewitt is returning just so solid tonight. Unforced errors still too many for Benjamin Becker as well, and Hewitt very measly with the unforced errors.
3-1. Unforced errors versus winners for Becker.
And Gary, you mentioned as well in that last game that, well, Hewitt getting away with the second serve once more. Becker just not doing enough, and I agree 100%. That was a great game. What's happening for Becker is that he's waiting for the ball to come into the slot, into his hitting zone, and his footwork is poor. So whether he's heavy-footed, he's nervous, and that can affect any player with that heavy legs, but you've got to be proactive against Hewitt's serve. It just has this unique way of, when it hits the ground, it seems to just keep rolling towards you. You've got to be very active with your footwork. If you're not, you're going to be making mistakes. I think that's what we're seeing tonight with Becker.
One toilet inside, but I can go to the change room, but it'll take longer. Go or
go.
The change room or wait until he comes?
Becker's gone for a bathroom break. Hewitt wants to follow.
Hewitt just saying there's only one bathroom there through that tunnel.
He's got to go all the way to the change room.
which is it's not too far really. It's a bit of a jog.
Well, he can jog outside the door and wait for Becker to finish.
Walk past it, knock on the door.
But he could be to the locker room and back by then. Glorious Melbourne evening. As I said, there's been a bit of a cool change come through to moderate, not the extreme heat, but the warmer conditions of earlier in the day. It's a very cool, pleasant evening. Magnificent crowds for the tournament continue today. Outside enclosures, jam-packed, watching all the exciting matches unfold. Crowds have been coming in record numbers through the first few days of the tournament. 71,000 plus people on the opening day, 64,000, maybe 65,000 day two. That's combined day and night. Yesterday, record total of 72,954 people. I don't know what Hewitt did after all that, but he didn't go anywhere. He was back. Oh, so is Becker. So maybe he did not bother.
Time.
The record Wednesday night crowd here last night at the Laver Arena, 25,485 people. That day-night total.
Third set. Becker to Sisson.
Third set. Benjamin Becker looking up against it here.
$15 left. $30 left. $15.
It's of paramount importance for Becker. Just play a solid service game here. Get yourself on board before Hewitt does in this third set. Hewitt, it is to just tighten those screws once again. The early stages, he's been able to pick up a break of serve before Becker hits the scoreboard in each of the opening two sets.
Becker wins his opening service game with the set for the first time in 3.
First game, 30.
Still uncomfortable, wasn't it? In here. Should have won that a lot cleaner. Picked back to 30 all. Just great wheels from Hewitt. I always felt that when playing him, I would use the drop shot a bit because I wanted him to try and drag him into net. But if I don't know if I ever hit a clean winning drop shot against him. Such was the movement.
He's got great wheels.
Oh. And he had this habit of sliding as well, and kind of think, he's going to be coming up short on that, and all of a sudden there would be this squelch of the sand shoes on any surface.
Well, he's got an arm like those selfie sticks. It just extends.
Exactly. There was one season, Gary, Hewitt and I drew each other 5 consecutive weeks in a row. Or 5 consecutive tournaments. We didn't play
first round.
First round. 5 tournaments. I lost the first 4, and I think out of just pure boredom, I was able to win the 5th match because it's like, not you again.
That would have been tough because he'd have been at the top of his game, and that would have been in his US Open, Wimbledon days, would it?
Just before. He hadn't certainly reached the pinnacle, but he was still tough as nails.
He contributed to Hewitt honing his game to that high level.
He used me as his polishing stone. Tremendous. A feature of Hewitt's game through his career has been that two-handed backhand. Relies on it through passing shots. Think back to the times he beat Pete Sampras, Marat Safin.
40-15.
Such accuracy.
4th ace for the match, Hewitt.
Game. Hewitt. 1 game all, 3rd set. Laver.
More zip on that second serve from Becker. Already in these 2 games, it looks like he's starting to find some range, fire up, be competitive. Close. Hewitt perhaps making a mistake, not coming in. No challenge. The door was open. He could have come in when he had Becker at end range on the forehand.
208 kilometres an hour equals his biggest serve of the day, and that one an ace. His 7th. This third set, things working for him at last.
Becker leads 2 games to 1, third set.
Great depth. Kim Hewitt stretched, moved in, came up with a winning volley, close out the game. 2-1.
These balls that Hewitt's tracking down, he puts them in uncomfortable areas of the court, but there's not a lot of pace, and you have to generate it all yourself. Mentioned earlier tonight that the weight of shot from Becker is just not penetrating enough to get out of the reach of Hewitt. Recovery back into the middle of the court, ready. There's the jump, or I should say the split step.
Say it quickly, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Incredible get.
Time.
See, he doesn't have much control on the racket head. Great camera work.
And pretty impressive athleticism for a 33-year-old.
Oh, yeah.
Hour and 15 minutes.
Thank you,
2
ladies
quick
and
sets
gentlemen.
of tennis,
The players
both
are
of them
ready.
going to Leighton Hewitt.
Behind the players,
Major
take a
Becker
seat quickly,
making a
please.
stand here at the early part of the third set. Game's on serve. Comfortable for Rebecca so far. Hewitt serving at 1-2.
$15 love. $30 love. $30-15.
Haven't seen Hewitt throw in a double fault like that in a match where the second serve he struggles to get the racket through. There's a better serve.
40-15.
First serve, points 1, Hewitt 76%.
Two games all, third set.
Both holding serve quite comfortably here. And, developing into a contest of the sort that the fans on Rod Laver Arena were hoping for.
Let first service. Laver. 15 all. Oh. 30-15.
And a few more unforced errors from Hewitt now. Is Becker. And an ace helps keep the German in front in this third set, leading by 3 games to 2 on serve.
Becker leads 3 games to 2 third set. Hewitt leads by 2 sets to 11.
Just been able to thread points together. Construction is starting to improve. The workload for Hewitt, work rate, I should say, has been at a premium for the first 2 sets.
Time.
You were just saying a few unforced errors starting to appear in Hewitt. Just really from
Find your stick quickly, please.
maybe leveling out. He has been striking the ball incredibly well. The movement, his reactions, charging the net, probably just leveled off a fraction. Not a break of serve to either man in this third set yet.
Laver 15.
Great response
15
from
all.
Hewitt. Tonight when Becker has come up with some winning shots, Hewitt's responded very quickly on the next point.
15-13.
Out. A few times hit Hewitt daring to
15-14.
come forward. Quite often when you start to second guess yourself, to take that 1-2 steps and then stop. Make a mistake of coming in on the wrong ball.
First break points of the match for Benjamin Becker. German player goes ahead for the first time, 4 games to 2.
Becker leads 4 games to 2.
Say ahead, he trails 2 sets to love, but it's the first time anywhere he's had his nose in front.
Love. All.
Plenty of time to get around and rifle that forehand winner across court, Becker.
Out. Barely. 40-15.
A few things going Becker's way now and not quite going Hewitt's way. Away.
Game Becker.
Becker holds serve and leads by 5 games to 2.
Becker leads 5 games to 2 first set. Hewitt leads by 2 sets to 0.
So maybe just a change of momentum. Becker has just upped his level of play, and at the same time, due to a small amount of tiredness from Hewitt, has just dropped down a click or two, which has created this gap in the third set. Served Becker 5-2.
Full house again on Rod Laver Arena tonight, but just not surprising considering that one of Australia's favourite sons is playing in the featured men's match.
Time.
That forehand cross court from Becker again, glorious. Had plenty of time though to set himself for it. He's having more success in these backcourt exchanges with Hewitt now than he was earlier in the match.
Love.
One of the elements that was missing from Becker's game earlier was the footwork, and it's certainly much better now.
The feet are moving, aren't they? Much more live.
That's a hard shot to play.
40 love.
It certainly is. With the looser tension in the racket from Hewitt, does help move the ball faster off the strings. It's still very difficult.
One game for Hewitt. Puts the acid on to Benjamin Becker to serve out this third set.
Becker leads 5-3, third set. Love.
So he moves up to this one. He's remained inside the court after the serve. So he's just shortening the response time of Hewitt.
All.
extended baseline exchanges earlier in the match. Waited his opportunity, knew He utilised a lot of patience there until he got the short ball from Hewitt.
That's an energy-sapping rally for both players. 27 hits.
Baker returns to the call on the left centre service line.
Very quick call,
The ball was
almost
called
before
out.
the ball had hit the surface. Ball was out. It's perfect.
40-15.
Set points for Becker. From Benjamin Becker as he takes the third set. Hewitt leading though by 2 sets to 1.
Hewitt leads by 2 sets to 1.
Oh, and give a lot of credit to Benjamin Becker. 2 sets to love down. He was certainly reeling, and just a real conviction to start that set, winning his opening service game. Struggled through it, but he really amped up his rally ball. Amazing that Hewitt, 68% of first serves. I think he's been around the 50% mark, winning the first 2 sets easily. He serves better in set 3
And loses the set.
Yeah.
11 unforced errors Hewitt, 8 winners. And the reverse for Benjamin Becker, 11 winners, just 8 unforced errors. So he's turned that stat round completely.
Yeah, has. So perhaps these highlights, we'll see more of Becker winning shots. Saw the tremendous wheels of Hewitt. But it's nice to see someone like Benjamin Becker still thinking out there. Showed a little bit of emotion, just sheer frustration when he was losing after the first 2 sets. But if something has clicked, whether it's just talking to himself, just trying to derive some energy from his camp, sitting at courtside, that to just step it up and come out and play strong. Bring some of your A game. Good news for Hewitt. Match is trucking along. It's only an hour and 35 minutes.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 4th set.
Played some
Hewitt
rallies.
to serve.
Overall court time has been minimal. And he's serving first.
La 15. La 13. Love 40.
Come on, late. Not time to get negative. See these scoreboards around this stadium. 2 sets to 1.
Oh! 15-14. Let's second service.
Double fault gives the game away. First game, fourth set goes to Becker.
New balls, please.
A dream start for the German.
First game, fourth set.
And one of those serves again, Wilco. Hewitt sends down that ball, not really high enough. The ball dribbles around the rest of his frame. That certainly would be unnerving for Hewitt.
Well, the German's in front with a break, and all he's got to do is guard his own serve here to go on and win the set. If that were the case, we'd be heading into 5. I don't think Hewitt wants to play 5 sets necessarily. Mind you, he's got a pretty good record. 5-set matches.
Thirty love.
203 kilometres per hour.
Please.
Too good.
Love.
That court positioning that was so strong for Hewitt in the opening 2 sets. Becker was the one that was retrieving a lot during the rallies. He's now camped confidently on the baseline. Hewitt that is having to do plenty of retrieving at the moment.
Game Becker.
2 games to love in the 4th. Just looking ahead.
Becker leads 2 games to love. 4th set.
The 5th set. He's played 12 5-set matches over the years here at the Australian Open alone. He has a winning record, 7-5. Benjamin Becker has never won a 5-set match in his life.
Okay.
He's played 6, lost them all.
Love 15.
Well, the subtle change for Becker when returning the second delivery now. He's starting behind the baseline, but moving in through the return. Creating a stronger trajectory. Missed that one. That was off the first serve from Hewitt.
Becker, you can sense a chance here to force this match to the wire.
big return. Becker head down. Too good from the German. Final forehand. Becker. Hewitt forced to come in, clips a bit of the net. The stuttering steps of Becker perhaps contributing to wild miss. Aided by the first serve, Hewitt swoops on the shorter reply. Becker is just cutting the power.
Yes.
He is short-circuiting Hewitt, draining the legwork. Hewitt can't reach that final one. It's an excellent forehand down the line, and this is the biggest point in this set.
Becker's ground strokes going from strength to strength. And here's a chance to go to 3-love in the fourth set. Break point against Hewitt. Becker, a second serve. He's remained true over the last number of games, going out after the serve, and he didn't dare. He waited for the ball again. Almost needed a ladder to get over the net.
Advantage, Hewitt.
He's hitting with supreme confidence now, Becker.
It's the moment of contact. The second serve, its footwork was operating all the time through the rest of the point. He had it on a string. That is a quality forehand into the open court. Pressure still on Hewitt here in this game.
Break point again for Becker. There was only a 4 kilometres per hour difference between Hewitt's first and second serve. 148 kilometres the first, 144 kilometres the second. No penetration at all.
Hewitt was just on the call on the right near sideline. The ball was called out.
Paul Hewitt challenging. That is out.
Second serve.
So here's another second serve from Hewitt. And it kicked up. Becker not able to get onto it. It was only 126 kilometres per hour, but had plenty of work on it. Becker mistiming it. Gives Hewitt.
Hewitt has 2 challenges remaining.
Was very stern.
Advantage. Becker.
Break point number 3. Looking for 3-love lead here in the 4th set for German player.
Game Becker.
Line. The return from Becker. A little lucky.
Becker leads 3 games to love, 4th set.
Well, luck's a fortune. And it's
Hewitt leads by 2 sets to 1.
Becker at the moment. 2 breaks, 3-1, 4th set. Hewitt ahead 2 sets to 1, but struggling now.
Fresh shirt, hoping for a fresh start in this 4th set, already behind. Actually 2 service breaks. Becker has certainly, he is redlining it at the moment, and the question remains for him is, can he keep playing it for the rest of this set? He's going to be able to finish this set off as well.
Say it quickly, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Time.
The potential of going into a 5th. The camp there of Hewitt looking a little concerned. Those 33-year-old legs of Blake Hewitt carting him around the baseline in the first 2 sets as if he was 21.
Take your seats quickly, please. Thank you.
Now bearing heavy weight.
But the 33-year-old legs at the other end have come to life.
They have. Yep.
Becker serving. 3-love, 4th set.
$15 love. 15 all.
Becker. All of them slotting in at 200 plus.
Second service.
Oh!
30-14.
Here's a chance for Hewitt. Turn the tables. Safe attacking play by Benjamin Becker.
Yes.
Aided with the first delivery. Hustles into net, punches that volley out in front. Just moving, taking that, well, what was one giant step.
Advantage. Becker. Game Becker.
Sets looming larger and larger. 4-love and 2 breaks Becker in the fourth. It's going to take a remarkable effort by Hewitt to get out of this in 4.
That's a little singer. Cutting it wide. Second delivery.
Love. Love.
is on the scoreboard for the first time in the fourth set, holding serve, but Becca with 2 breaks leads 4-1.
Becker leads 4 games to 1, 4 sets. Hewitt leads by 2 sets to 1.
Knowing Leighton Hewitt, I think he'd be giving up any hope of losing this set. Not for the moment, at least. At 1-4, sitting down in this change of ends, you're just recognising that if he can pick up a service break here, but he needs to act fast in this very next game. Try and squeeze it down to one solitary break.
Yes, there's still time, but it has to start in this upcoming game.
Yep. And if it doesn't happen that way, well, I think the inevitable fifth set will.
Time.
Yes, I wouldn't say he'd be happy to see it go to 5, but if it goes to 5, he'll handle it the way he always does. 100% commitment.
Without a doubt, there'll be 100% commitment. And those little tidbits that you offered before, Wilco, about Becker not having won a 5-set match, they're the things that stick in Leighton Hewitt's mind. He would have maybe researched a little bit about, the opponent tonight. Most opponents, he knows their 5-set records.
Becker knows Hewitt's 5-set record too.
Yeah.
Laver.
Hewitt just tapping the racket, face of the racket into his hand, just testing that tension and the change of weather that we've experienced in the last day and a half. It was very warm, humid weather.
Not moving with quite the same alacrity now, Hewitt, that he was earlier in the match. Chance of Hewitt getting into that Becker sniff. It's back to the wall now for Hewitt.
Yeah, it's just behind the clock.
Love team.
Becker is dealing with Hewitt now the way Hewitt dealt with him through the first 2 sets. Seventh ace for Hewitt in the match.
15-13.
12 for Becker.
38.
Boost the first serve percentage a little.
$40-30. Use.
Serve just getting off the court, forcing Becker.
Advantage, Hewitt.
Whilst he was going out to the ball aggressively, he just had a lateral movement. No body transfer.
Game two.
No place to contact the game here, but Becker is 2 breaks up at 5-2 and will be serving for the 4th set.
Becker leads 5 games to 2 4th sets. Hewitt leads by 2 sets to 1.
Well, it'd be a harsh thing to say the wheels fell off for Hewitt after the 2nd set. But I think it's fair to say that Becker got a new set of wheels from somewhere.
Which makes the outcome of the 5th set evenly matched. They've both had a chance to rev their engines. Does the last 2 sets, the two sets of 3 and 4 that Hewitt maybe has had a bit of a lull. Is he ready to start maxing out again?
Take your seats quickly, please.
Come out fighting without a doubt.
Come out fighting, but then he's also got to handle the nerves, doesn't he?
Time.
The crowd will get into it, and Hewitt thrives on that atmosphere. We'll see what happens. Becker to serve it out yet. This set. Not much doubt that he will with 2 breaks in hand, but you never know.
So here's the crowd.
Come to the party.
Let's press listen. Love 15.
Just 1 point, but 1 point in the right direction for Hewitt.
Love 13.
The approach shot just going down the court. Hewitt maybe took 2 steps. It's an easy pass for a man of his stature. Well, they've been muted for the best part of 45 minutes as this match has turned back around.
the first break points Hewitt has had since the second set. Is it enough? Well, it's not enough, but is it enough encouragement to continue the fight? He doesn't need any encouragement, not from us. It's a silly question, really. First, hold your serve, and then we'll see what unfolds.
Love 15.
No tomorrow.
Hewitt just gets onto this serve. Was out in front. You can see he just got it up the top of his frame.
Faults. Hewitt is showing the call on the left near sideline. The ball
It was called by the chair umpire, Ivo Estoraki. He was challenging. He said it was a fault, and it was.
Second system. Hewitt has 1 challenge remaining.
Gee, that is fantastic from Becker. Redirect that backhand.
30.
Just pumping himself up. He's smelling blood here. He wants this to go into a fifth set. Wants to do it right now by breaking Hewitt's serve. Becker's tight. An opportunity there. Went astray. A second serve. Didn't go out after it.
Becker will have another chance to serve it out. How are his nerves?
Becker leads 5 games to 4, fourth set. Hewitt leads by 2 sets to 1.
Well, the match has really come alive here, brought the crowd alive, at least the Hewitt supporters have become very vocal on his behalf. Speculating earlier as to how and when the fanatics, the Australian fanatics, choose what the ball is. Ditties that they've perfected from time to perfection at various points in the match. I guess most of them are scribbled down on the back of beer coasters on the way home after the match, and then they get into the car park early before the gates open the next morning and rehearse them. because they've got some of them down pat for 19 seconds that they slip in between points, and they've got others that run for the full length of the sit down on the change of ends. Some of the stock standard that they've been chanting for years, but there are a couple of new ones for every player, and they've had to be very inventive with the number of Australians that are in the main draw at the championships this year.
Well, they've spread themselves out, trying to get Hewitt a run-up.
Becker for the second time attempted to serve out the fourth set and force it to a fifth.
love. Love. 30-15.
That has disappeared in the Hewitt game. Being able to stretch Becker at end range, forcing him to just play a backhand chip.
He's expended so much energy, he doesn't want to give it away. Ball was called out.
Becker now has got to decide very quickly.
30 over.
After a long
Becker has 2 challenges
rally.
remaining.
Does he take Hewitt out wide? Does he go for the big bomb down the tee?
That was the choice at 211 kilometres per hour. 1K short of the biggest serve of the match. Set point. He thought he had it
Ladies
in the
and
bag,
gentlemen, please
and then it just
remain quiet here for the rally.
disappeared as the
Thank you.
ball fell a fraction long.
And appealing to the chair umpire for quiet.
Willing that
Advantage, Becker.
successfully to go over the net. Second set point for Becker. work of holding his serve here under pressure, Becker.
He is feeling it big time.
Double break up at 5-1. Under pressure here at 5-4. Having failed once to serve out the set. Having failed on 2 occasions to serve it out here.
Hewitt's going to try and get it back to the forehand side of Becker.
Just tried a little too hard, cut it too fine there, and the ball was fading and fading.
Well, I thought Hewitt had the edge in that rally and barely missed down the line.
Third chance for Becker. We're set for a 5th set brawl here between Australia's Laver Hewitt and Germany's Benjamin Becker. It's 2 sets all.
2 sets all. New balls, please.
Some of the stats, the Hewitt serve, first serve percentage just dropping back down to that level from sets 1 and 2. Becker remaining strong at that 65%. We're always going to focus on the winners' unforced errors ratio. Break points as well. Becker getting the inside running early on, didn't he? Going out to a 5-1 lead with a double break of serve. Maybe those stats would have changed dramatically halfway through the set when Hewitt began his revival, pegging it back to 5 games to 4. The top of the net.
Well, that was a mighty effort by Becker. Come from 2 sets to love down against superb play from Leighton Hewitt. Effortless, it seemed, play. Sublime stroking of the ball by Hewitt through the first 2 sets, with Becker just unable to find his feet, not able to get into position quickly enough to counter the Hewitt ground strokes. Then the turnaround began, and Becker, although it got a little bit desperate there towards the concluding stages, has held his nerve, levelled up at 2 sets before. But we repeat, he's only ever played 6 5-set matches in his life and has never won one of them. Hewitt has played 54 5-set matches. His win-loss record, 32 wins, 22 losses. 12 5-set matches alone here at the Australian Open Championships over the years for a 7-5 win-loss record.
That's a bit of a trump card, isn't it, that stat?
They are big numbers. But today's another day, and Becker has shown his mettle over the last 2 sets. racehorses that lost 6 in a row and then came out and flowers me on the 7th occasion. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you know, there's something's got to be said that, you know, to the fact that, you know, carrying it on for 3 consecutive sets for Becker. The crowd are going to play their part in the early stages. They know that they have to try and help out Leighton Hewitt. He's going to help them out by providing a good level of play.
A whole new adventure here. The first 4 sets, to a point, count for nothing, yet they count for everything. The match will be decided here on this one set, but the first 4 make a huge contribution psychologically and physically.
And I like the fact that Hewitt is starting off serving first. If he can get that lead, the edge.
Successive aces. A dozen apiece now. Gave Becker a second chance in this exchange.
Yeah, that's a tough, after playing as long as they have with the rallies, that high backhand volley, more difficult to put away.
Opening game, service game strong for Hewitt. 1-love in the 5th.
First game, final set.
And the bonus of Hewitt getting on the scoreboard early is that when he comes around, and if there becomes a significant point, perhaps a 30-all, juice, break point even, you know that the crowd are going to play their little part. The pressure will mount on Becker's shoulders. Best scenario for Becker would be to pick up an early service break and just try and keep the crowd out of it. But the longer this set goes, the more that they'll become involved.
Becker's last 5-set match was
15 love.
the French Open Championships, Roland Garros last year. First round, he lost to the Brazilian player Thomas Bellucci.
Tough draw for Becker to play Bellucci in the dirt.
Love.
We didn't see any of those forehands in the first 2 sets there from Becker. Such a contrast. He was just maneuvering the ball around, massaging it.
Oh, he's got a sense of purpose now.
40 love. Halt.
Their favourite shots when you're caught up in a big match like this, you'll often repeat
certain shots. Becker's second serve heads into the body. Oh, that was, it should be the point.
Corrected herself?
Yeah.
No argument from Hewitt either. He knew he was right there.
Game Becker. 1 game all, final set.
So not a blink from either player in the opening service games of his fifth.
Legless for service.
Pick up by Hewitt on the baseline to keep himself in the point.
15 love.
And then tremendous wheels to get to this and finish it off.
While sliding as well and losing a fraction of balance, still able to control it down the line.
$15 all.
And it looks like that Hewitt
15-13
has decided to just throw everything, throw caution to the wind. That first serve is, he almost struck his fastest serve of the match. It was barely long on the last point. Shot into the corner.
30 all. $13-14.
Chance here for Becker to draw first blood in the fifth set. Break point against Hewitt.
Game Becker.
108 kilometres per hour, that second serve from Hewitt, and it was dealt with harshly. Break of
Becker
serve,
leads
Becker.
2-1, final set.
Yes, we often take a look at Andy Murray's serve as perhaps just some of the reason why he struggles against the very best in the game. The spread between the first serve and the second serve. First serve packs a bit of punch. It's up there with some of the better guys, but that second serve is just so it's slow, and
the better returners like Nadal, like Djokovic, like Roger Federer, they can step around and control the rally, returning Andy Murray's serve, and Becker dealt Leighton Hewitt's serve, just sent it into the open court.
Well, a decent second serve would work on it. It's still got to be somewhere in the 165k region to be effective, hasn't it?
You would expect, and unfortunately for Leighton, as his career is coming into the latter stages, there's not as much work on it. There's not much topspin on it. He comes around the outside of the ball. And I think when he fatigues or when he's very tight, it's accentuated more, so the margin is a lot lower than normal, and it's lower ball toss. But it can be his Achilles heel.
There's no Helen of Troy at stake here, but there's a berth in the next round, which would be a bonus for Benjamin Becker. A big bonus. He's not going to surrender.
Love
He's made that point many, many times. He's one of the great fighters on the court.
One of the best out there in that category, and even if he has to just dig it over the net, he will force Becker to play one more shot.
Too anxious to make the put away. Becker unloaded on the forehand and found the tape.
13.
I get the feeling that this is going to really just go down to the wire. I'm not sure that Becker is travelling as well as what he was in the latter stages of set 3, early set of number 4.
Hewitt did well to hang on the first serve, clocked in at 211 kilometres per hour, and Becker
15-14.
Australia.
It's just really going to come down to Becker's serve. Can he find enough first serves with pace out of the reach of Hewitt?
Absolutely 30-14.
Hewitt would want to see another point like that. If he could just reenact that, an identical point, ask the question of Becker, can you come up with a tough volley and put an overhead away like you just did once more?
Yes.
Hewitt just urging himself to hit out. He's gone into his shell a little bit.
Advantage, Hewitt.
That paints a picture of where Becker is at right now. Not under a lot of duress with that forehand. Just lifted off, shanked it long. Final forehand of Hewitt. Just inside the service box. Becker has a strong court position again.
Let's for service.
These are no easy put away for Benny Becker. Hewitt is throwing it up as high as he can. He's caught out of position. Becker just got enough on for that, cutting it away from Hewitt.
Game Baker.
Oh, I don't want to say this too loud, in case the Australian fans overhear me, but that game doesn't augur well, I don't think, for Hewitt's chances in this match. 3 break chances.
Well,
as I started to say, unable to take advantage of 3 break chances on Becker's previous serve game doesn't augur well. And if Becker gets on to Hewitt's second serve here, he could be in real trouble. Like so.
15
more of those, and the Australian is going to be in real difficulty.
Let's for service.
Really ignite Hewitt's momentum again.
And throw Becker off balance.
Yep.
It's the only way that Hewitt's going to win through now.
He's been caught in the quicksand on the baseline, hasn't he? For far too long over the last hour and a bit.
normally eat up that baseline stuff. But the last 2 sets, Becker's been beating him at his own game. All based around the better serving percentages. Ace for Hewitt. Becker has served the same number. Holding serve, but down a break. Becker 3-2.
Becker leads 3 games to 2. Final set. Here, and why not? He can maintain the level of play that he's displayed for the last hour and 45 minutes. He's going to break his duck as far as 5-set matches goes.
At 33 years of age, his career is coming to an end, in the next year or two. And he's probably had moments of reflection,
please. Thank you.
Looking at his career 5-set record. So, there might be moments there he's starting to think, wow, what an opportunity do I have now to take out Hewitt on centre court in his backyard of the Australian Open.
In 5 sets.
In 5 sets.
He'll be dining out on that for a while.
Exactly. But it also provides the element of possibly him tightening up.
Yes, don't discount Hewitt.
Becker needs to be 2 breaks of serve clear. Otherwise, Hewitt is going to charge home.
Love 15.
Well, great move, and I think that Hewitt would want to try this a few more times. Tony Roach, after this point, got up to his feet. You can see the camp there. It's almost a signal, isn't it? That's the type of play we want to see. This is the area now that Hewitt at love 30, crowd ready to cheer even louder.
Pace off, went for the wider serve, Becker.
30 all.
You can get some lopsided matches in the early rounds of these big championships, and the spectators just have to cop those on the chin, but these are the kinds of matches they pay their money for. Ace for Benjamin Becker.
40.
Helps to get him out a little spot of bother. For the moment, anyway.
Let her success.
Too solid, holding on. Coming back from love 30.
Becker leads 4 games to 2. Final set.
That was pretty good nerve from the end of Benjamin Becker. Hewitt missing a second serve return at 15:30. Hewitt just got to stay close, try and play a clean game here.
Becker on this call. Ace down the tee, at least it appeared to be from Hewitt. Right down the tee and quite out to boot.
Love 13.
Oh, gosh.
Love 13.
Oh, that's a nightmare, and it's real danger looming for Hewitt. He had Becker love 30. He's in the same predicament now. Can he fight his way out of it? More important for him.
Love 40.
Becker on the verge of a double break that will give him a stranglehold on the set and the match.
$15.40. Let processes. Becker is setting the call on the right baseline. The ball was called out.
This challenge came from the German camp, just telling Becker they may have seen this to be very close.
He was in suspense. Here we go. Couldn't have been more in.
15-14.
Great song.
30-14.
Traction going from under Becker. Hopefully no real harm done. Just to push. Well, he certainly turned on the right ankle a little.
That left knee also slammed to the ground.
Advantage, Becker.
Fourth break chance in this game for Becker to put himself up 5-2.
Challenge everything now. Sideline. The ball was called out.
And why not? As long as he's got a challenge up his sleeve, knows he'll use it on these tight calls. And it's in again.
She called a little too early that Lions lady.
Challenge by Hewitt.
He's challenging the call on the left far sideline.
Well, this is critical. If it is out, then it's a game break, double break for Becker. It's out by a bare millimetre. And so Becker has the double break and leads by 5 games to 2.
Becker leads 5 games to 2. Final set. Hewitt has 2 challenges remaining.
Well, there's a huge win looming for Benjamin Becker here. And notwithstanding that, in terms of the rankings, he's the favoured player. He's ranked 41 in the world at the moment. Hewitt 87. But as far as the overwhelmingly Australian crowd on the Rod Laver Arena here is concerned, this would be a devastating blow to them to have the great Australian veteran Leighton Hewitt rolled out of the second round of the championships. Becker with 2 breaks in hand has got everything running in his favour. Third, fourth, and so far the 5th set.
Time.
Complete turnaround from the way the match opened, with Leighton Hewitt in complete control through the first 2 sets, 6-2, 6-1. Then Becker began to find the range with his ground strokes. The serve has always been working for him. Put some more pressure on Hewitt, added a little variety to his play, came in when it was necessary. And has rolled over the top
Thank you.
of the experienced Hewitt through the last 2.5 sets, and is now poised to serve out his first 5-set victory.
15, Mr. Criticism to the call on the left
It's a
center
Hewitt
service. The ball was
challenge,
called
though,
in.
so we'll hold off on calling it a 15th ace.
Fifteen.
15 it is, and 15 love.
Love. Hewitt has one challenge remaining.
2 points from his first ever 5-set victory, Benjamin Becker. Match points.
40 love.
The crowd faithful to the end.
Hewitt decided to call on the left serve. The ball was called in.
Wrong on the last one. Wrong on this one. Ace number 16. And the first ever 5-set victory for Benjamin Becker. All over for Leighton Hewitt at the 2015 Australian Open Championship. Benjamin Becker celebrates with pumped fists in the air. Take nothing away. It was a terrific effort by him to get up off the canvas after trailing by 2 sets to love. Overwhelmingly in Leighton Hewitt's favour the first 2 sets. The biggest cheer is for the local hero, Leighton Hewitt, although defeated, not disgraced, as he leaves the arena and leaves it to the victor, Benjamin Becker, who advances to the 3rd round of the Australian Open Championships for the first time, and only the 2nd time ever being past the 2nd round of a Grand Slam championship. Well, what a match. Benjamin Becker the winner, 2-6, 1-6, 6-3, 6-4, 6-2 from 2 sets to love down against a player of the calibre in 5 sets of Leighton Hewitt is just fantastic.
Well, Benjamin, you're playing Leighton Hewitt. You're down 2 sets to love. You step off the court for a minute. What were you telling yourself before you came back to recommence the match there at the beginning of the 3rd set?
I don't know if I should tell you. The lines person was there. I kicked the door. I yelled out. I just needed to let some steam go. And I came back and I felt like a new player. And I knew it's going to be tough against Leighton, against the crowd. Just try to play point by point, stay in there and give myself a chance.
Well, this is a first for you. You've played quite a few 5-set matches. This time you finally won one. What does it feel like to get that over the hump for you?
Yeah, it's big. It's big for me to do it at a later stage in my career as well. I lost, as I said, all my 5-setters before. Obviously, it was in the back of my mind. So I really tried to focus and just say, this is the time I'm going to get one. And luckily, I got one.
Was there anything strategically that changed for you in this match, or was it just more execution in the end?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I I didn't get my rhythm at the beginning. The court is a little bit different than the outside courts, and I struggled. I tried to be aggressive, but I couldn't because I was missing a lot of shots. My legs weren't there, but I just tried to stay aggressive, get in there, look for my shot, and I found it. And I'm just glad I fought through it.
Well, you have experience in moments like this. We don't know if this is Leighton Hewitt's last match on this court. We hope not. We hope he'll be back for his 20th Australian Open. But you played Andre Agassi in his last match at the U.S. Open, beat him there. Did you think about that? Did you draw any inspiration from that match before this one?
Yeah, of course, but I hope this wasn't Leighton's last match at the Australian Open, because then I get asked about it again all the time, just with Agassi. So obviously he's still playing great. You know, he had a great first round. He's a great warrior. I mean, I watched him when I was in college. You know, unbelievable player. So I hope he continues.
Well, we know you're going to continue. You're on the third round against either Milos Raonic, Donald Young Jr. Your thoughts on that matchup?
Well, it's tough. I beat him once on grass. I lost to him before. So if Raonic wins, against Donald, I beat him in Wimbledon, but he's a tough competitor as well. It's going to be a tough one. I just need to try to recover and be fit for Saturday.
Well done. You took out a great Aussie champion today. It was your day. Well played.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on.
Thank you, Jim. Acknowledgement that he deserves too from the packed house here on Laver Arena.
The Bucks have changed to switch the legs and prepare for women's singles action. Logo and away from the USA. Shortly to meet with Atlas Souza.
Around the 26,000, 25,500 mark. And they were sad to see Hewitt beaten, obviously. But as I said, due credit to Benjamin Becker. And it's a great achievement for a player of 33 years of age, as Hewitt was as well. But in the end result, Becker just found the strength required in his legs and in his serving arm to win through.
Well, as he said to Jim, that as he walked off the court at 2 sets to love down, just started, to have some harsh words with himself. The reality was that he really wasn't playing any great tennis. It was Hewitt that was immaculately played out there, and it certainly turned things around. He came out, there was a bit more pep in his shots. Hewitt had worked incredibly hard to get to 2 sets to love, to 6-2, 6-1, just to put in a bit of a shaky game, and the match turned around on that early stage of set number 3. But a fine victory for Benjamin Becker, and we have to pour our hearts out to one of Australia's great tennis champions, Leighton Hewitt, and whether we will see him back for number 20 next year, I mean, that would be a big ask.
Well, Becker, 50 winners. Had some more unforced errors, 63, but then he served a lot bigger in the match. So the ratio, 50 to 63, is not too bad. And even Leighton Hewitt, 42 winners and 45 unforced errors, almost balancing the ledger there. But it wasn't enough to stay with Benjamin Becker. His serve ground strokes through the concluding stages of the match. Becker in 5 sets over Hewitt in the third round.
Earlier on second court, women's top seed Serena Williams faced a tougher challenge in the form of Vera Zvonareva. The American came unstuck when she was broken midway through the first set, before Zvonareva consolidated to get to 5-3. What followed was a stunning comeback from the world number 1. Williams winning the next 10 straight games and dropping just 8 points for the entire second set. It pursued the 6th Australian Open crown back on track. Agnieszka Radwanska managed to avoid the worst of the day's hit, taking just 44 minutes to dispose of Swedish Johanna Larsson in the first match of the day. Polish 6th seed won 91% of points on her first serve, punched 18 minutes to 4, and made just 8 unforced errors to rocket into the third round. Ivan Dodig had a tough second round clash with US Open finalist Kei Nishikori. got off to a good start to claim the first set 6-4. The Japanese fifth seed hit back to win his second and third and looked to be on his way. But Doddridge had a chance to send the match into a fifth set after breaking his opponent's serve. He was unable to consolidate, allowing Nishikori to take hold and close out the match in four. After barely scraping through her first round match against Kirsten,
Players are just about to leave the locker room, ladies and gentlemen, and they will give us in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's women's singles action now on Ron Laver Arena. From the USA, would you welcome Coco Vanderway. And her opponent from Australia, Samantha Scosa.
Another Australian crowd favourite takes the centre stage on Rod Laver Arena. Samantha Stoser against the American player Coco Vanderway. Cooling down in Melbourne now, 21 degrees. Overhead cloud cool change moving through earlier in the evening with moderated conditions substantially. American player Vanderway on screen, been around a long time, well, 5 or 6 years now, making a huge impact. She's 24 years of age now. She's been through a few coaches in her time. Tom Gullickson was a coach at one time.
You should know better than anyone.
Michael Gamble was on our commentary team here at the Australian Open this year. Had her in hand for a while as well. And the last reports, Macy Sinovska.
Who?
Macy Sinovska.
So, just little information. Conditions as usual. This is a Hawkeye court. We have net device, and as usual, just if you want to challenge, saying it out loud and prompt can help, okay? Yep. Any questions? Heads or tails? Any? Heads for you? Oh. Heads it is. Receive. Start here, okay.
Umpire Felix Torralba from Spain. Coco Vanderway winning the toss, electing to receive.
In 2014, Coco Vanderway won her first WTA title with a tournament win in the Netherlands. Also last year, a quarterfinalist in Montreal.
Orange and daffodil
She made her first Grand Slam appearance in 2008.
Seem to be the primary colours
at Fossing
Women's Tour.
She's with us
starting this 2015 season.
From the United States of America, let's welcome Coco Vanderway.
Vanderway, living Rancho Santa Fe,
In
California.
2014, Samantha Stoser won the Osaka singles title for the third time in her career. And she's now won 6 singles titles with the WTA Tour.
Lead at 85.
2011, she won the
backhand.
Women's Singles Championship
Scored
at
her
the
first
USA.
WTA
Also last year,
singles title
semi-finalist in Hobart here in Australia.
last season as a qualifier, winning through to the final and taking the title
in China.
at Stella
She is the
Bosch
20th seed here at our championship
there.
2015 from
as a
Queensland,
result,
Australia on
finished the year
Senegal.
career
Let's
high
welcome
40.
Samantha Stosur. And in the chair for this women's singles encounter from
Samantha Stosur.
we welcome Felix Toralba.
Has been a two-time Grand Slam winner, former US Open champion. Sorry, take that back. US Open champion and French Open finalist is what I meant to say. But so far unable to match those results either at Wimbledon or here at home championship. Fourth round on 2 occasions previously have been her best efforts at the Australian Open, and she bowed out in the 3rd round last year. Mixed bag for Stosur last season, some very disappointing early round losses, in between another 4th round finish at Roland Garros.
3 minutes.
On strongly towards the end of the season, semi-finals in the China Open in Beijing. It's a $5 million tournament. And she won her 6th singles title at the Japan Open in Osaka, favourite hunting ground for Stosur. She's won that title on 3 occasions. But hometown crowds, whether it be in Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, have always seemed to unnerve Stosur for some reason. In the run into this year's Australian Open, that's proven to be the case again. Surprise 1st and 2nd round losses in Brisbane and in Sydney, respectively. She does find it tough going, and it's self-imposed pressure.
Very much. Very much, and it's not a nice feeling, is it, for her when she comes out, when she's the premier leading ranked Australian. A lot of success at least 2 of the 4 slams. Her record at Wimbledon is very shallow as well. And a little surprising because I think Sam Stosur, at this stage at 30 years of age, she had the potential. She could play for a number of years yet to come, but I'm surprised that she's only got the 1 Grand Slam. I would have. I think her game is
2
that big
minutes.
that she has missed out on maybe 3 or 4 slams, and I hope with the new association working with Simon Ray, I think that's going to pay dividends in time. That there are at least 2 more slams up Sam Stosur's sleeve.
Well, she's still got some time up her sleeve. Yes, you're right. My sympathies go out to Stosur in the after-match press conferences at the Australian tournaments in particular, but also at Wimbledon, some of the other overseas events in which she suffers these inexplicable early round losses, where she keeps obviously trying to reinforce herself mentally and come up with reasons why.
Yes.
And you can just feel for her under that spotlight.
Do you think that she's ever been honest enough to state exactly why she gets into those, having to answer it? Do you think she's ever answered it?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think she's really, and maybe, you know, it's something that she might want to keep to herself, but
I don't think she knows why.
You don't think she even knows?
I think she knows why, but I don't think she can explain the reason.
1 minute.
Okay. I think we're getting closer to the reason. But nonetheless, it is, you know, to see her walking around underneath here and at some of the other tournaments when she knows that she has got so much more there in her game, and she just, it doesn't click. And it may here. This is going to be a tough match against Coco Vandeweghe. We talk about Sam Stosur's weapons, multiple weapons that she has in her repertoire. Coco Vandeweghe is a player, well, the US women, they're performing strongly at the moment. She's one of 13 inside the top 100, but she has a very big game.
Ladies and gentlemen, This match will be the best of 3 sets. First 2 tiebreak sets. Final set advantage.
Very much in the same mould
To go
as
underway,
Sam
Monbeton's chosen to receive.
Might not be as mobile as Sam.
Time.
Different build altogether, but that head-to-head, the graphic that came up earlier, Miami last year, 7-5 in the third. Might, well, at least give Van der Beek the belief that she can do this, come out in front. And of course, for Stosur, she has the advantage of knowing what Van der Beek's game is about, and maybe she can adapt, make some changes, and be ready for this young American opponent.
Fourth round, the best efforts for Stosur on 2 occasions here at the Australian Open Championships. Twice semi-finalist and 1-time finalist at the French Open, lost in the final that year, 2010, to Francesca Schiavone, winner of the US Open in 2012, quarter-finalist there on 2 other occasions.
First set. Sam Stosur to serve. Ready? Play. Love the thing.
Stosur's ability to confuse a lot of her opponents and frustrate them with her devilish kick serve. She packs some punch on the first. The second is a very heavy kick. See if she brings it out here on the ad court, where there is much more advantage to create the angle. That just shows what frame of mind Van der Beek is in. She's taller, Coco. She doesn't mind that kick serve coming into her backhand. There are times when that serve gets a little too predictable. Sam throws the ball toss over to her left. And some of her opponents just sit on that second serve when they see the ball toss drifting over to the left, to the left shoulder perhaps. They know it's coming out as a heavy kick, and they move into it, just as Coco did on that last point. Stosur already walking around with plenty of purpose, and none of these first serves have dropped in pace. She's almost redlining. There's a lot of nerves, but she's maxing out already.
First serve. Advantage. I think it was close, but advantage is close. Due.
Again, at times when Sam becomes nervous, there's a very little time wastage in between points, and she forgets to use plenty of spin, even take some pace off of the ball, because she imparts hits with so much. She should use the big excessive spin as a friend. She tends to snap at the ball very quick, tries to flatten out, and that's when the mistakes start to occur. This first game might set the tone. See if Stosur, for Australia's hope, coming out with a victory tonight. She can just steady here on this break point. Well done.
Due.
Fine serve, just not allowing Van der Weg to have a crack at the return, and Stosur's big forehand, a major weapon, saves her.
Net. First serve. Advantage Stosur.
Here's the heaviness. Sam gets behind the ball. She's loaded up nicely, transfers the weight. And the ball, with the severe rotation, lands inside the sideline.
Net. First serve. Game Stosur.
What they're doing, but Stosur holds serve in the opening.
First game.
Number 20 in the world at the moment, Samantha Stosur. 21 in the world, rather. Seeded 20 for this championship. Van der Weg at the moment 37 in the world.
Total on the way to serve.
Her intentions.
Love that thing.
Stosur, even after the change of ends, she jogged out ready for the first point. Takes care of that second serve.
15.
Very free-flowing, loose. It's the game of Coco van der Weg. The big serve.
14-15.
Out wide.
Game van der Weg.
One game on serve, and Stosa had it in the opening game.
Lovely thing.
Sam Stosa is the only Australian woman player to have been ranked in the top 5 in the world in the last 30 years. And that was a few years back, 2010, she made top 5 in the world. Prior to that, it had been Wendy Turnbull, 1985.
That was going to be my next question. We've had a number of women probably in the top 5. I guess with Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley. Kerry Reid, did she reach top 5? Possibly top 10?
Top 10, I would think, certainly.
Ms. Van der Weg charging the goal on the right service line. Ball was put in.
Now that was a challenge. She defiantly took that one on and stood there, just tried to bluff her way in. That is going to be called out.
$14-15.
Simon Ray on the left of your screen. Former coach of Nick Kyrgios, who has burst onto the scene, now working with Sousa.
By 2-1 games on serve here in the first set.
Stosa leads 2-1 first set.
Yes, she's got all the attributes, Stosa. Not overly tall, but still tall by most standards in the women's game. 1.75 m. Strong, without a doubt. And very combative. And won a US Open championship, defeating Serena Williams in the final. Played the longest that time anyway. US Open women's match.